Right. Hello and welcome everybody to today's meeting of City of York Council's Area Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Hollier. I'm the chair of the committee. You'll see down either side of the table is the remaining members of the committee. Joining me at the top, we've got Gareth Arnold, who's the Council Development Manager, and Rahina Chowdhury, who's the Senior Solicitor of the Council. We'll also have a sort of revolving door of other officers, so if I could just ask if they could sort of mention their name and title when they first speak, that'd be fantastic. We've got quite a few items on the agenda today, but very briefly, the process we usually follow is we'll just have a brief update from the council officers before each item. We'll then have questions from councillors just on the presentation we've heard. We'll then hear from our public speakers, and there are public speakers on each item this evening. Some will be in person, some will be from the void. We'll then go back to questions to officers just on things we've heard, following which we'll move into a debate on the sort of pros and cons of the item before us, and eventually we'll reach a decision, hopefully, on each item before us this evening. With that, if we could then move on to the agenda, if I could ask members if you've got any declarations of interest. Councillor Daubney.
Thank you, Chair. Since I know the applicant for application 4A and 4B, through working with him in my days as a council officer on the retail forum, I shall withdraw from the room on those two items to take their part in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parrott.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to declare on item 4C, my husband, Councillor Webb, is going to be speaking on that application. We've not discussed it in advance, but I did want to declare up front that, yeah, there was that potential conflict of interest or the perception of one.
Okay, thank you. Just mention as well, apologies. We've got apologies from Councillor Webb. Councillor Douglas is substituting, and we also have apologies from Councillor Fisher. Then move on to the minutes. These are the minutes from the 12th of August. Are we all happy they're a reasonable record? To see a few nods. If we're happy, then I'll sign them as a correct record. So there's no speakers under the general remit of the committee, so we can move straight onto the plans list. And the first item this evening is Barnitts 28A Colliergate. Gareth.
Thank you, Chair. This is a planning application and a listed building consent application for the conversion of the drill hall and the upper floors of 28A Colliergate from retail to residential use. And that creates 10 townhouses and 2 apartments with associated alterations. With the presentation effectively covers both schemes, but as is our normal protocol, when it comes to making a decision, we deal with that separately, each scheme separately. There isn't an update. There is quite a lengthy presentation. Just before we start, just to remind members that this application came to a subcommittee in November 2020, and the application was deferred to allow for an independent viability review to determine whether the scheme could provide for planning obligations, and those obligations being for affordable housing, contributions towards education and open space.
I can do, yes.
Yeah.
To recap and explain. So Jonathan Kenyon, Development Management Officer. Just to explain what's happened since the deferral. So our recommendation as officers previously was refusal because there was no affordable housing proposed. This was on viability grounds, and our refusal recommendation was because it had not been independently tested by the district valuer. So since the last committee, we've referred it to the district valuer who's looked at the scheme. They've determined that it can't provide for affordable housing. The viability work that's been done, that takes into account the existing use value of the properties that are affected, the estimated values of the proposed housing, and the construction costs. Of those three items, it was the latter. Those construction costs were provided in detail by the developer. These have a significant effect on viability, in the words of the district valuer. So where we were in terms of the viability, we were at an outcome where it's been demonstrated affordable housing can't be provided, it's not viable. The developers, there's agreement from the developers, and there's money viability wise to still provide the other contributions, that's open space and the education places. In terms of the planning balance, we'd accepted previously that residential was highly likely to be the most viable use of the drill hole. Factors influencing that are the location of the drill hole and the scale and type of building it is. The developers had proved to us, they'd showed evidence that it wasn't viable for any other commercial operator. In terms of looking at the harm to the listed building, we'd previously made changes to the layout within the drill hole to try and address comments made by Historic England and the Conservation Officer to better reveal the scale and hall-like qualities of the drill hole. So we felt as officers in making the planning balance that the scheme was acceptable. There was just this final item as to whether or not affordable housing was involved. Again, to recap, comments that we'd had from Historic England previously was they felt there was less than substantial harm to the drill hole, and they asked for it to be demonstrated that there wasn't a less harmful way of achieving residential conversion. We feel that work and that process has been followed now. Now we've got the information from the viability appraisal that shows that it's not viable to do a cheaper scheme with less value than what's proposed. We advised Historic England because they'd objected previously. We'd let them know in September what our position was and that we were coming to committee recommending approval of the applications and told them of the work we've done with the district valuer. We haven't had any further comment from them. So it's still the case that if members are minded to support the listed building application, we'll have to defer that to the Secretary of State to see if they want to call it in.
As I suggested, it is quite a lengthy presentation, similar to the one you saw back in November, but it's a complicated scheme. So Jonathan, you chip in if there's anything you feel needs drawing out. So there's a location plan showing the site in red. This aerial photograph's quite useful because it shows the scope of the scheme. So this is the former drill hall. It's the main part of the application. Then there's this building here, which is to be converted into residential. This building is to be demolished. This building will be converted. And then 28A is this building here, which currently is one of the main entrances into the Barnitts shop. It'll be converted into residential on the upper floors. Ground floor will be retained as a new independent unit. That's the side entrance to the drill hall the entrance to the drill hall from St Andrew Gate. These drawings are extension sections as existing through the site. At the bottom here, it's a section through the drill hall, and you can see the mezzanine floor that's been added into the space subsequent to its conversion to retail use, I believe. Ground floor demolitions. This shows those areas, outside areas of buildings to be demolished. The inside, the floor plate inside the drill hall to be demolished, and then consequential demolitions within the building. It's a ground floor, at first floor, and at roof level. This may be where it starts getting complicated. So this is a proposed ground floor plan. So the idea is to insert these townhouses around a central courtyard into the area created within the drill hall. There's also conversion of this building into residential. This building here into residential, and then ground floor that shows that that individual new residential unit. First floor again shows the upper floors of 28A being converted. Second floor, and then the roof plan. Elevations, so it's the side elevation, that elevation, St Andrew Gate, showing the new roof to be constructed. It's the other side elevation, so that's that building right at the back of the site that I pointed out to be converted. The building in the middle of the yard, then 28A just there. And this shows a section through the drill hall. So the
So that's one of the changes that we made previously in terms of what the point made by Historic England was that even though the drill halls had its commercial floor plates inserted, there's still evidence of the volume of the drill hall in there because the mezzanines are set back away from one of the edges. So one of the changes we made with the developers are that they've revealed more of the gable ends at each side of the building. So when you're in that central communal area within the building, you'll still be able to appreciate the volume of the building through that central area.
Again, it's the other end gable of the drill hall and the internal courtyard elevation of the drill hall. Opposite side, and this is shows the internal alterations, first floor of number 28A, with its front window replaced and its domestic plan form reinstated. The 19th century staircase at the rear up to the second floor is retained. There is a demolition of a stair that's included in the proposals.
Yeah, it's ground to first floor where the demolition of the stair is proposed, and it was conservation officers would have preferred to have retained it. It's not original, but it's historic and part of the age and understanding of the building, and 28A being brought in conjunction with the drill hall behind. And the reason why we supported it is because there wasn't really a practical alternative way of keeping the ground floor shop and having the upper floor in as residential, just because where the staircase was, that the frontage of the retail unit would have been severely compromised by keeping the staircase. And so we've kept the staircase on the upper floors, but there's a new entrance round the back that goes into the upper floor apartments.
It's the building to the rear of the drill hall. Again, it's a more detailed elevation.
Yeah,
Plan.
I think we showed that last time as well, because again, that's a new staircase, and the previous staircase is removed. And again, it was a case of the plan form. The building is so narrow and long where the staircase was at the moment. It didn't really allow you to get any rooms that were suited to residential accommodation within the floor plate. And what the new staircase does is it allows rooms to be either side of it. So that was why we thought that change was reasonable and acceptable.
As the upper floor shows the full demolition, apart from the surrounding walls of the drill hall itself, and then a detail of the of the townhouses. So there's that central courtyard, the entrance, and bin and bike stores. The top floor shows where the houses are set away from the gable end, so that the original volume of the building can be appreciated from the inside. And that's that exposed internal gable there.
That also shows how we've moved the floor plate away from the external windows. So again, the fact that it's single story in a hall is more legible from within the building. Because before, the floor plate just went straight into the middle of the window, basically. So we've moved it away from the window.
Some photographs showing that internal gable and the existing mezzanine. This is a detail of the new roof covering. So is this section open? Is that open?
Yes, it would be open, and then it would have these sort of metal fins that would run across, aligned with the roof covering. So it provides natural light and ventilation to that central area.
Okay, but in plane with the rest of the roof.
Yeah, that's a detail to be agreed, and obviously that the intention is that almost to the eye looks fairly solid. It's a sort of series of like standing seam fins, as it were.
Okay, there's some detail of what's proposed. CGI, including the detail of could have saved our description for the roof to that point, could make it a lot easier. You can actually see. So that's the proposal there. And that's it. Okay, so unless there's anything else we'll go back to.
Members got any questions? Councillor Melly?
Thanks, Chair. I couldn't spot on the plans where the cycle storage is. Would you mind just pointing it out for us?
It's on the ground floor. Here we go. Is that it? That's it there, isn't it? Yeah, so it's in that section there. So there's the entrance from St Andrew Gate. What looks like a ramp. You can wheel your bikes in that way.
And how much provision is there, like for how many cycles?
It's 12. I don't think there's any space elsewhere unless we had any in the courtyard. But so that's one per dwelling.
In the report, it says officers were seeking 2 per dwelling.
Oh, sorry, sorry. There's 2 separate stores there, isn't there? There's one highlighted there and then I believe there's just to the other side of it. There's another 6. So they're like those private enclosures that you could lock yourself, and then the other is a more communal store.
Sorry, basically, I'm just trying to check because it says in the report that you're aiming for 2 per dwelling, and then in the conditions, it doesn't actually specify a number per dwelling. So I just want to make sure it's in the plans. Yeah.
Sorry, in the first part is in the open courtyard area. As you walk through to the back door within the drill hall, there's separate enclosures where there's 6 hoops there, so that's 12 spaces. And then just to the left-hand side, as you're looking of the red, so there's another store there that's got another 6 hoops in it. So there's 24 spaces overall on that plan, and they're both covered and secure.
There's 15 dwellings. Is it 15 dwellings?
12.
It is 12.
12.
Okay, Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of questions, if that's okay. Just want to understand, I'm reading this correctly. Page 17, paragraph 3.11 says that no formal staff parking is lost. I'm assuming that there may be sort of informal staff parking off-site, and I'm just wanting to clarify that there's no informal staff parking on site that might be displaced by the development?
The applicants might be able to confirm, we've been told that there's no staff cycle parking facilities being affected by the development.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask the applicant that. Just on the CGI plan that you showed, I think it was the last slide, Gareth. If I could just check that I'm understanding the picture right. The right-hand side there, which looks sort of quite big and open and spacious, but I think the two sort of planter things along the front edge, that would be the wall of the other side of the building, wouldn't it, going up? So we're looking at it with a whole side sort of stripped off down there, is that correct? It's not that that's a halfway section of the building, that's the whole of the outside space, and then there would be a big wall going right up to the ceiling where that's been stripped away, is that? It's just to get an understanding of where the internal space would be.
Yes, I think, yeah, what you're saying, I think is right. So from the perspective we're at, I think in reality, yes, you'd be looking at the wall of the other wall, but it's been moved away to show how that sort of central gable area is revealed. So yeah, I think where those planter boxes are without any plants in, behind that would be the other.
That would then be your other wall going up. Yeah, great, thank you. And then my other question is about listed building status, and I don't know whether you want to, I think it probably is relevant to 4A, but obviously 4B is the listed building part of it as well. And it's just a general question, if that's okay, Chair. Yeah. When this building was listed, I just want to understand what the relationship is between, we tend to think of listed buildings as being, you list it because it's a beautiful architectural building, but sometimes part of the element of it is also the use of the building is part of the listing. And obviously I think quite a lot of the report is discussing the fact that this was a drill hole and an early example of a drill hole, and it's the loss of the drill hole spatial elements that is causing the concern. In a listing, how much consideration should we give to what the use of the building was? You know, if it was listed because it was a drill hole, as opposed to it's listed because it's a nice Victorian building that happened to be a drill hole, if you see what I mean.
Yes, yeah, I think that's the point that's been made by Historic England and our conservation officers, that the special interest in the building isn't just how attractive it is from the outside, it's its original use as a drill hole in its planned form, and that's really the crux of why Historic England have objected to the application, because by inserting residential in there, we're fundamentally changing the use and fundamentally changing the plan form of the building. The reason we've come to our decision is that Barnitts have not been able to find a new use for the drill hole, and we're sort of in agreement with them that we've come to a point where there's not a viable use for the building that retains that form of the drill hole. There's also the other element to it, that its original openness and its original plan form as a drill hole has been changed very much as a consequence of the commercial use that's inserted the mezzanine floors and whatnot in it. I think right at the very end of the presentation, there's some old plans that show what the layout used to be. So it's openness. So yeah, so that's the drill hole with the offices enclosed, and you can see how the 28A and the buildings around it were sort of ancillary to the main hall. So yeah, so we've arrived at a point where residential has been demonstrated as the only viable reuse of the building. So we've sort of tried to come up with a scheme that's had the least harm in that effect, and the developers were content that they've reasonably showed to us that it's not possible to find a different commercial operator that would take on that space and allow it to sort of continue to be occupied, essentially.
Okay, any for Councillor Crackhill?
Thank you. Yes, I've just got a couple of, well, maybe 3 questions. I think I might have asked this last time, apologies, but I still, reading the paper again, it sort of seemed to jump out at me that in terms of the planning balance, there's a lot of emphasis that this will be meeting housing need. And there's quite a bit of concern from some objectors that the housing could end up being holiday lets, which really would kind of undermine, in a sense, the argument of meeting housing need. I just wondered if you can comment on, if you have any sort of response on what the likelihood of that is for that to happen, or if there's anything, you know, if you have any views on how we can approach that.
I don't think I can comment on the likelihood. It could be a question to ask the developers what they have in mind. It's even more than most bits of planning, it's not straightforward. The developer has applied for a C3 dwelling house, which would be single occupancy, family occupancy. There's nothing in C3 which sets a minimum length of occupancy that may take it out of that use, but case law and increasingly appeal decisions have been considering how far, you know, that quick turnover, that multiple use of a dwelling for holiday occupation, whether that actually fits within the C3 use class, and tends to come down on the side of it being a separate, effectively being a change of use. But in this case, what we have in front of us is an application for 12 dwellings within the C3 use class, and the way that the Act and the way that the use classes order is set out at the moment, that would be what we would be granting permission for. It presents the planning authority with a slightly difficult situation to deal with, because there's probably nothing that we could do to say that they couldn't be occupied as holiday lets, but they may well fall into the enforcement process should they be used as holiday lets. I said it wasn't straightforward.
No, I knew it wasn't. Yeah, okay.
What we don't have, what I should say, so what we don't have in the emerging local plan is a policy where we would perhaps be able to hang a condition which said these properties shouldn't be converted into holiday letting. But the flip side of that is, if it's a change of use, then there would be the condition wouldn't be necessary anyway, because we'd have to consider it as a change of use if it happened.
Perhaps a question for the applicant as well. Yeah. My second one was very brief, I think. Just following up on Councillor Mellie's question about the number of cycling places. It does say 24 in the body of the paper, doesn't it? Would it be possible to mention that number in the condition as well, just to be absolutely clear that we are saying 24? I know it says in keeping with the plan, but just to be kind of belt and braces, could we just do that?
I think there's probably a condition which says that it has to be.
It's condition 11, and it just says in something like in keeping with the plans or something.
So, yeah, shall be provided in accordance with the approved floor plans. So if it shows, but yeah, we could add 24 into that condition.
Oops, sorry. And then my last one was just about the BREEAM level, which is 5.52 on page 29. It's welcome that it's meeting the local plan requirement for BREEAM refurb for the 8 townhouses. I just wondered if you could clarify why the other 4. I mean, I can imagine why some of them may be difficult, but is it What is the reason why it's not the other four?
We've only referred to the drill hall because it's been substantially rebuilt to accommodate the townhouses, whereas the other ones are within the fabric of old buildings that are listed. So we're constrained by the existing construction of those buildings. So 28A, the upstairs, and the building at the back that's retained as well. So that's the reasoning for it.
That's the reason. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Melly?
Thanks, Chair. I think in the past we have added conditions to do with minimum building lease lengths or rental kind of fixed term lengths of a minimum of 3 or 6 months or something, haven't we? Was that specifically when it was flats or something with the one management company looking after all of them or something? Is that why it was possible then, but it might not be possible on this application?
I don't recall that, because I normally trot out the same point about the lack of a policy in the local plan. I think the point is that the point I would make is that if it's used for very short-term holiday letting, then it falls outside of what we're granting permission for. So you shouldn't need the condition. I guess you could put an informative on to explain that to the developer, but I'm not sure a condition would meet the tests. That's my view.
Okay, Councillor Melly?
Thank you, Chair. You were talking about the calculated construction costs and that factoring into financial viability. What does those construction costs include? Does that include any demolition or site clearance to part of the site and the price paid for the land and the buildings and that sort of thing?
The construction costs are wide ranging and substantial, so they sort of start with the actual specification of the foundations that they need to do, for example, and it goes down to details such as how much the average tap in the kitchen costs. So it's very wide ranging. I think some of the costs are in some of the more abnormal and complex elements of the site because the drill hall, because they're keeping the external walls but redoing everything else, including the below ground. That's where much of the costs are, and that's what affects the viability.
Okay, does it include the cost of acquiring the property, buying the property?
Yes, that's one of the inputs is the value of the buildings that are there at the moment based on what they use for at the moment and what condition they're in and what the market thinks they're worth. So that's been fed in. So they're the three sort of key inputs really. It's what the perceived value of the properties are at the moment, how much it costs to change everything, and what it's expected the new houses will sell for. And then there's other things like contingency and risk and profit for the developer as well.
Okay, Councillor Melly?
Thanks, Chair. So property 28A, that's currently part of the existing larger shop. And then do these plans include annexing that off to be a standalone retail unit? Is that right?
That's right. It's separated. So at the moment, the ground floor is, I think it's where they sell the lights, and there's the corridor through, and then the upstairs is just used as storage. And the new scheme separates it off, detaches it from Barnitts. So you would have a ground floor shop looking into King's Square and storage area at the back behind there. And then there's 2 apartments upstairs, and to access those, you go through the drill hall and through this new courtyard at the back to get to the upper floors. And that's why I was trying to explain about the loss of the staircase in 28A, why we've allowed for that, because if you were to keep the front door going into 28A and the corridor and the staircase up to the flats above, you would only have a very, very small shop that would not be viable as retail. And we thought it was important to keep the retail fronting onto King Square.
So under these site plans, there's been some sort of assessment done to check that this retail unit would have all the, everything it needs to be viable in terms of storage space and access and everything like that.
Yes, so they value the retail premises at the moment and how it's proposed. They do a market assessment as to what kind of rates you could rent that out for, and it's informed by with commercial premises. A key part of it is the presence it has onto a street and how wide its frontage is, and it's so they're the parts of the site that are the key in terms of its value. So what it was before and what it would be in future has fed into the viability, as has the value of the apartments that they're creating upstairs. I mean, to try and uncomplicate it, most of the viability stuff is around the drill hole rather than 28A.
Okay. Can't see any further questions. I think we can move on to our public speakers. The first speaker this evening is Paul Thompson, who's the applicant speaking in support. And if you're able to join us at this table in the middle, either one. The mic thing before you, there should be a button in the middle of it which says mic, which if you press should go green. You've got 3 minutes.
Green now, I think. Yep.
Fantastic.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Thompson, the MD of Barnitts. I'm the third generation of my family to run the store since 1913. And Barnitts has traded in York for 125 years. I'm here today to urge to go with the recommendation from your officer to grant permission. We have endured an 11-month wait for the district valuer's report that was requested at the last meeting. Since then, a lot has happened and trading environment has changed considerably due to COVID. A few years ago, as a managing director, I started looking into how to reduce the company's fixed costs, i.e. business rates, plus many other outgoings. We also modernized our operation methods and made our productivity much more efficient, which results in us not requiring as much retail and storage space. The drill hall 28 was identified as the best possible area of the shop to reduce cost and allow us to reinvest and be able to carry on retailing in the city centre. The drill hall was needed 25 years ago to expand and compete with the outer town retail parks. The current retailing climate is the reason why, even more so, we now need to reduce our overheads. A positive answer today will allow me to reinvest in retail in York City Centre and expand the business by opening our new retail click and collect store with parking at James Street. Another positive result of this investment will allow 98% of our deliveries to be taken at James Street, which would help reduce traffic and congestion within the city centre. I hope today is a day I can finally start the next chapter of Barnitts. If you have any further questions about our investment in the city centre, I'm happy to answer. I thank you all today for your time.
Thank you. And I believe you joined as well by various colleagues in person and on Zoom. There's a list for members there, but perhaps you could tell us who they are and what they do, so we know who it might be more relevant. Sorry, there's Richard France, Sue Sparling.
Right, here is the MD of Barnet. Sorry, oh, sorry. He's the MD of Oakgate.
Sue Sparling joining via Zoom.
Is the architect for DLA who has done all the drawings.
Matt Spilsbury.
I'm not sure on that one, to be honest.
And then Suzanne Yates, who it says is from Lichfields, which I guess are the planners.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Just so members know who's in the background if there's anything relevant. So yeah, Do members do have any questions for Mr Thompson? Councillor Crawshaw?
Thanks, Chair, and
Hello.
thanks for coming to speak to us this evening. I just wanted to clarify this point around the informal parking. So the answer that was, I think you were asked to confirm that none of Barnett's existing staff provision was being lost to accommodate the scheme, and the answer was that no formal staff parking was being lost.
There is no parking in
So
that area.
is there just no parking?
There's no
So
parking
nothing's
with
going to
that.
get displaced.
No, it's just a side street, there's bollards, and then you go on to St Andrew Great, and then it's all residential that is attached to our building as well.
Yeah, so there's nothing sort of on the site itself.
No, we've
that
never been able to
anybody's-
park. Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas?
Thanks, Chair. This is a question about the environmental elements of the building. So it says in the report that reaching a BREEAM very good rating. I'm just wondering what environmental aspects have been integrated into each of the domestic dwellings to reach that.
That would be really a question to ask Sue Sparling. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
On that one.
I understand.
Hi, I'm Sue Sparling. On the environmental standards, obviously, the residential requirements, we've looked further at obviously looking at electric heating, but obviously using green tariffs in terms of electric heating. We're obviously refurbishing existing buildings, but they are listed, but we are looking to upgrade the envelope generally in terms of new windows, so that the thermal improvements can be done on the external envelope and on the roof areas, because the key is insulating residential properties, not necessarily running expensive heating systems. We are looking at energy efficient methods. It's balancing the heritage of the buildings with new methods and bringing them into those residential properties. But yes, we're looking at air tightness and improvements in the thermal properties of the buildings wherever possible. But obviously we are constrained by the Minster views. Obviously we can't necessarily put solar thermal panels on the roof. So we are working with our M&E consultant to make sure that we achieve the BREEAM rating. If that helps.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can't see any. Councillor Craghill?
Yeah, two questions in that case. Just to follow up on that previous one. To Sue Sparling, does that mean that you'll be looking at internal wall insulation?
We will look at internal wall insulation where we're able to, in such areas as the drill hole. We're more constrained in terms of number 28A because of the relationship to the window reveals and the sash windows. But yes, I have used internal wall insulation in previous schemes in a listed building actually in Coventry as well. So yes, there are options. It's balancing, introducing modern methods of insulation to historic fabric and making sure they're still breathable, obviously based on a solid external wall. But yes, definitely, we are exploring options to make sure that the thermal performance of those dwellings, but it is just balancing that obviously with the heritage side and making sure we're not doing any harm to the fabric of the buildings in terms of interstitial condensation, which can occur when you put internal wall insulation. So we'll be doing further studies on what we are able to do. But as we all know, there's such a push on energy prices these days. It's making sure that we try and optimize the options for people to live there in those new houses. Does that help?
So, yes, it does. I suppose it'd just be good to think you are pushing the boundaries of what you can do, particularly when the townhouses are actually new build in a sense, aren't they? At least partly. And maybe looking at air source heat pumps and MHVR and that sort of thing.
I think the part with the air source heat pumps is just the location of them, because there would need to be one per property. And obviously we can't put anything on the roof because we've been through the Minster views in protecting the Minster views with Jonathan. I think in terms of MVHR, yes, we are installing MVHR on properties. It's a good way once they're thermally thermally well insulated and airtight. It's just dealing with the penetrations through the facade. But yes, that is definitely something we're looking to explore.
Okay, thank you. And maybe panels you could, because I believe the Minster's hoping to put panels on its roof. So there we are. My other question was, as I said before, I said I would ask the applicant. I'm not sure who's best to answer it, but it was the question about holiday lets and how much you think there is actually a market for these new dwellings to become homes rather than holiday lets.
I think that would be me, Richard France or DLA there, but I think from my view of it, from being involved in it, it's very much city living and certain customer base that will go for these, which will be, you walk out the door and you're in the King Square, and it's going to be quite attractive for people to live in that area, which we know from St Andrew Gate is a very residential area with a good neighbourhood around it, with people around there. So yeah, Richard.
Chair, Richard France, developer, Denise. Yeah, the situation is, and we actually mentioned it last time at the last planning meeting, that we'd be looking for not for any holiday lets to be put in there. Now, the restrictions are quite difficult, but these are places for people to live, not for people to come in an Airbnb, which always causes problems. And when you've got a small community of 10 townhouses, that's just not the sort of relationship you want. So we would be most probably putting in a tenancy. Any tenancies would be not less than 6 months.
Okay, thank you. I think Councillor Crawshaw, you just had one.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was a question for the architect again, actually. So sorry that the pair of you sat here, but I just wondered, because obviously a lot of the issue, I think, from Historic England's point of view and around the listing has been around the spatial qualities of the drill hall itself. And I appreciate that there must be a tension between sort of wanting to get the most out of the space in terms of residential versus doing the least amount of harm to a listed building. Could you just sort of talk us through why it wasn't possible to retain more of the spatial quality in the design that has eventually come forward?
Yes, absolutely. I think, and I apologise because I can't actually see the images you've seen on screen today. So, but I would say, and I'm sure Paul will come in here if necessary, is if you've been into the drill hole recently, it is actually subdivided as a space. So we talk about the spatial quality of the drill hole, but obviously Barnitts did have a mezzanine installed, and it is subdivided because some of your furniture storage space is in there also, Paul, isn't it?
That's correct.
So you don't actually, when we talk about the spatial quality of the drill hole, it actually doesn't directly exist at the moment. So the discussion we've had with Historic England is obviously we've had to go through a process with them about whether that could be recreated. Because in effect, the drill hole used to exist just at first floor level and there was no mezzanine in there. Obviously, when we've explored other options with Oakgate, we could have done a pure refurbishment, which wouldn't open out that space any more than it is at the moment. Actually putting the residential use in there, creating the open courtyard and being able to appreciate the volume to the underside of the roof from ground level and see both gables actually gives you a sense of what the original drill hole length and volume used to feel like. So actually the change is actually should be seen more as a positive. So we have been through that process. And obviously we feel we've got to a conclusion that does actually give you the feel and the sense of space within that drill hole. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Melly. Doesn't have a question. Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time this evening. We'll take those comments on board. Next then, we're hoping to hear from Phil Pinder, who's speaking on behalf of York Retail Forum via Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, councillors. Just here to support Barnitts and recommend you support the approval recommendation of the council officers. As I'm sure you're all aware, Barnitts have traded in the city since 1896. They're an essential retailer to the city, providing a shop that no one else provides, with many supporting local customers, a very strong local customer base. They rely on a local customer base. Unlike many shops that we've seen disappear from the city centre, they've managed to find a way to make it work, although they have had recent struggles, obviously hampered more by recent conditions of COVID. They see downsizing the store as a positive way forward, and by releasing the funds that this development will allows them to invest in the business for the future. Obviously, this will also bring with some added benefits. Obviously, business rates being one of the biggest kind of burdens on current city centre retail businesses. This will obviously reduce the business rates payable by Barnitts as well. It's also going to create more housing stock, which is a retail forum we support in the city centre, because that creates a ready-made customer base for the businesses that exist within the city centre and makes those shops have a local customer base. It's 11 months since you deferred this decision, councillors. Lots of things have happened. It's great to see that the project can still go ahead despite the very fast rising costs of building development. I've noticed some comments earlier on the standalone retail unit. To be honest, it's the perfect size, very similar to the size of the shops in the Shambles, of which there are very few in supply in the city centre at the moment. Most shops are about double, triple the size. And if Barnitts do not retain that unit themselves, it will be a great business for another independent business to take, I am sure. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. If you're just able to hang on the line, I'll just ask if councillors have got any questions. I can't see any, so I'll thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Pinder. Thank you. We can move on then to any further questions for officers. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to understand from a planning perspective, because obviously, you know, we're going to be looking at the planning balance and it's about applying weight to different things. And this is quite an unusual application in that we do sometimes get applications where the applicant is seeking to build a new retail premises, and we might be weighing the, you know, prospect of new jobs against the, you know, impact on the conservation area or whatever it might be. Both the sets of people speaking in support are making quite a lot of the existing businesses' ongoing financial viability, but actually that's not necessarily direct. I see that it is related to the application that's before us, but it's if we were just assessing this based on housing provision, we weigh that against the harm that's caused to listed building, you know, what have you. The two speakers are asking us to weigh the ongoing commercial viability of a separate business, which happens to be one of the applicants, as part of our planning balance. And I'm just not sure in planning terms how much weight it's appropriate to afford that.
It's not something that we put into the mix in terms of looking at the planning balance. What we've looked at is primarily finding a new use for the drill hole and minimising the harm to it. Barnitts don't need it anymore, so they're looking to sell it, but that's not necessarily influenced our decision. What's been fundamental is that we've tried to work with the developers to get a use in there that we feel is as sympathetic as possible. I think, as you've heard from everyone, it's inevitable any new use of the drill hole is going to have some sort of effect on its plan form, which has already been affected. And the viability is relevant in terms of being able to find that new use and having a new use that financially stacks up. And this is the residential scheme that we've arrived at is viable, and other commercial uses would have a different kind of impact on the building. We don't know because those schemes aren't in front of us, but the developers have put to us a very good case that in any event, it's unlikely those uses are going to come forward because they're just not not the demand for it here because it's off the beaten track and because of the space of the building. So they're the things that we've took into account. It hasn't influenced our decision that the sale from the development allows Barnitts to consolidate and continue to operate. That's not something that's gone into our planning balance.
Thank you. That's helpful to clarify. Thank you.
Councillor Orrell? Sorry, no question. Can't see any further questions there then, so if we're happy to move to debate. Councillor Orrell?
Thank you, Chair. The reason for the deferral was to get the independent viability review. We've now got it, and we've got the open space and education contributions within it. And there is the safeguarding 6.4, as there may be needed a revaluation at some point. So on that basis, Chair, I'm happy to move approval.
Thank you. Councillor Wardby, sorry, it's all yours first.
Happy to second. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Melling?
Thank you, Chair. Before we vote on that, I think part of condition 13 might be missing. And can we consider adding a condition about holiday lets? It seems like the applicant is happy with that. Would be happy to accept that.
The first one is one of the standard conditions we use. So it's not pulled through all the text, it's just pulled through the heading. But that's essentially if the developers come across something during the building process that's contaminated or potentially contaminated, they need to get in touch with our public protection officers, and then you go into those stages of remediation in terms of investigating what it is, deciding how you're going to remediate, and then showing it's been remediated appropriately. So that's what would pull through on a decision notice.
So conditions there, it's just not written out in full because.
Yeah, apologies, it's me being lazy.
Is it possible to add in the number 24 to the condition around the cycling? Yeah, and that.
I've made a note.
Yeah.
Councillor Galvin?
Chairman, Councillor Orrell virtually stole the words out of my mouth. I think we have a model duty now to pass this planning permission. It would be quite bizarre if we turned it down. And secondly, turning it down would, I think, do untold damage to the reputation and to the integrity of this committee. And so I am delighted that Councillor Orrell moved approval be granted, and I support it 120%. I think, if my memory serves me correct, and I always stand to be corrected, I think I was the only one who voted against referral last November when it first came to committee, because I quite accepted what was stated then, and that has now been reinforced. So I'm quite happy to support approval.
Thank you. Councillor Crawshaw and then Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure that planning committees, I'm not sure about moral duties, Councillor Galvin. My view is that we were right to ask for a deferral for the independent valuer, and I understand that the independent valuer took 3 months to come back with their viability assessment. And I agree with Councillor Orrell that it's very good that there's a 2-year period put into this to look at it again. I don't think actually we spent very much time discussing the grade 2 listing of the building at the last committee hearing. And of course, there are members sitting on this committee who were not present at that hearing. So I think it is very important that we do bottom out the various issues that there are with this. And we shouldn't forget that a number of the local residents to it do have the concerns around the potential future use. That said, I think in terms of where I am on this application, I find it quite difficult to get a sense of what it means to be listed as a drill hall, because I think I tend to think of things in terms of the bricks and mortar of buildings, and the use of buildings starts to become a little bit more difficult to assess. So I'm not sure that I feel particularly able to assess whether the spatial qualities of the drill hall have or haven't been appropriately respected in the design that's been put forward. I think the architect did make a good case around the reinstatement of the full height, if not the full sort of volume of the space. So I think when you're balancing all of the different things together, you know, a building is only any good if it's continuing to be in use. And I think that on balance, I will be supporting this application as it is put forward. And whilst I think it's very important to separate out the future viability of Barnitts from this, because I wouldn't want to put a precedent forward that we would be arguing that shops should be allowed to sell off space for any old development, not that this is any old development, to ensure their ongoing future viability. I do want to wish Barnitts every future success with the redevelopment, assuming that the rest of the committee is minded to support the application. So that's where I am.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Craghill and then Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Yes, just some brief comments. As we've heard referred to, when we look at this in terms of the planning balance, from my perspective, I think the heritage issues have largely been addressed in a positive way. As Councillor Crawshaw said, to enable the drill hall to be reused. I know there have been, at the previous committee, there were some concerns, and it's in the paper, about potential overlooking onto gardens at the back of St Andrew's Place. But I think, as the paper says, those are not, you know, that is not sufficient to refuse the application. And as has also been said, we asked for the viability appraisal. I think that was absolutely right, and it has been done. And so now, you know, I still think it's a shame we can't get affordable housing, but we have to stick with that, or we can't get a contribution, but we have to stick with that. And so I will be supporting this. I think hopefully it will be a very positive development in the area. Yeah, and I will be supporting it.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I will be supporting the application as well. I think it's good to see that a large space in the centre of town will be able to house some people, and particularly using the area that is above the lighting store as it is at the moment is a good thing, and the adaptation of what may be considered a historic building to allow access to those upper floors is a good thing. I do wish that there was the availability of some affordable housing, and I would like to see this house local people rather than be sold on to investors. I don't think we really need that to fulfil our housing demand in the city. So, yeah, I will be supporting the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with some of what other members have just said of some of the merits of this application, but I disagree with the assessment of the balance that other people seem to have come to. Just, you know, the Historic England and the Conservation Architect have objected to this on the basis of harm to listed buildings, and they've categorised that as high. And the report says the finding of harm to a heritage asset gives rise to a strong presumption against planning permission being granted. So that kind of strong presumption against being weighed against the benefits, and I'm struggling to see what the benefits are if there's no affordable housing provision, and we can't factor in, we need to separate out the viability of an existing business. I'm struggling to see what the benefits are to weigh against the harm. So I'm not supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. I can't see anybody else indicating, so happy to move to the vote. Gareth, if you're able to just give us a quick summary.
Thank you. So, to explain at the start, there need to be two votes. So for the full planning application, the recommendation is as on page 30. So that's delegated authority to the head of planning and development services to approve the application subject to the prior completion of a section 106 agreement to secure the obligations set out there, and then the conditions in the report with an amendment to condition 11 to refer to the number of cycle parking spaces required to fulfil that condition.
Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming that Councillor Orwell and Councillor Ward be moving both 4A and 4B officer recommendations with the various amendments we've made. So I think then we're able to move to the vote. So I could see then all those in favour the proposal for 4A, just indicate. Okay. So that, and those, sorry, all those against. Okay, so that's passed and approved. If we could then move on to 4B, if I could see those in favour of the proposal. Those against. Thank you, so that's approved also. Okay, thank you. Apologies, I should have said earlier that we'll be taking item 4F at this point rather than at the end of the agenda. It's just necessary to accommodate the officers. I'm happy to continue straight on to 4F unless anybody would like a break. Councillor Ward, please.
Can you just give Councillor Daubney a couple of minutes to come down? Just text him to say we finished the item. Sorry, I don't know quite where he is, so it might be a minute.
Okay, thank you, and welcome back to Councillor Daubney, and thank you to Councillor Wardby for reminding me. If we can move on then to item 4A.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application to vary a condition that was placed on planning permission that allowed the use of Dalton Lodge as a wedding venue. And this is to increase the number of weddings that can be held during 2022 and 2023 from 15 per year to 19 per year. The site is, as shown on the drawing on page 2 on 3 on the papers. I've got some photographs on the presentation. It's the wrong way around. Never mind. I'll come into the update later. So the first photograph shows the site from close to the junction with the A19 York Road. Second photograph, this is the area used for events, and that looks towards Rush House, which you can just pick out there. That's the venue's garden, and that's the event hall. Some members may recall that we did an in-person site visit there when we dealt with a planning application a couple of years ago. That one referred to as 172380 on page 202. That was an application that was refused planning permission, and that sought the increase in the number of weddings from 15 to 25. Neil, we've got a short update for members.
Yes, it's just as in the circulated update, item 4F, an additional condition has been added, just confirming that the approved details that have already been approved in relation to noise insulation and lighting are retained permanently at the premises.
Okay, thank you. Have members got any questions at this point? Councillor Orrell.
Thank you, Chair. It's asking for this extension for 2 years. Would it be possible for us to condition that to 1 year rather than 2?
If members felt that was necessary and reasonable to do so, then it would be in committee's power to do that. No,
I think one thing that would need to be considered though is the applicant said that typically there's a 18-month leading period to weddings when people book them to when they actually happen. So that would have to be considered if you did, set a year, it would have to be, probably 18 months ahead.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Can't see anybody. So if we can move on then to our public speakers, and our first speaker is Michael Morris, who's speaking in objection. You'll have heard you have 3 minutes to address the committee.
I find it a little bit difficult to hear some of the speakers. This side, a little bit, to me, a little bit muffled on this side. I might not catch everything. We live immediately adjacent to Deighton Lodge and are affected by excessive noise from weddings. To protect us and our neighbours, planning conditions were applied to make the barn soundproof and the limit of the events to 15 a year. Reasons were given were to protect the amenities of nearby residences. These residences still exist and still need protection. Several applications have been made to remove the conditions and each time refused. It took months for the conditions to be arrived at, and changing them now would go against the very reason they were applied. The applicants were asked why they needed extra events. The answer was, we had to take out a government-backed business interruption loan as a business and a family who wouldn't have survived without it, failing to mention the income they got from non-events like renting out the farm, yoga classes and a beauty salon. Rental charges for the farm were not cheap. In 2019 and 2020, high amounts of corporation tax were paid and big loans made to both directors, showing they made a substantial profit, and the word is substantial. These figures are listed in the Company's House website. We've all lost money, freedom and friends from COVID. It hit us very hard financially and personally, but we can't apply for aid or take action spoiling the life for our neighbours in the process to cover our loss. This application has to increase the number of events. A similar application was made previously and refused by 7-1 by the then members of this committee, despite an improved recommendation from the planning officer. An appeal was made and the inspector agreed with the planning committee and refused the appeal. We complained about 5 weeks ago about an extremely loud noise at 12:40 AM. This resulted in a warning letter from Public Protection, despite having a previous noise abatement order issued. Records show no complaints in the year before COVID because we contacted Deighton Lodge directly, who lowered the sound level, but not to the level stipulated in the planning conditions. In the past, Public Protection have offered to intervene. We refused the offer. Spoiling the day for the bride and groom wouldn't benefit us, as our grievances are with the owners who allow the planning condition to be contravened. The owners don't live on site and don't suffer the consequences of their actions. Listening to the noise for 5 minutes outside isn't particularly annoying, but when 5 minutes becomes 5 hours and one night becomes every weekend of the summer, it gets very distressing. Approving this application could make it several nights a week. If the planning conditions had been met, I wouldn't be here today making this objection.
Thank you. I'll just ask if the committee have got any questions. I can't see any, so thank you for your time this evening, and I'll take your comments into account as we move forward. If I could just ask members on this side to speak loudly into your mics. If we can move on then to Sharon Cutts, who's speaking in person. She's the applicant. Apologies, I may have pronounced your name wrong.
No problem. Hi. Hello, I'm Sharon, the Deputy General Manager of Dalton Lodge. Firstly, we would like to thank you all for allowing us time to speak during this hearing today. We are applying to vary the number of weddings we are restricted to during 2022 and 2023, from 15 weddings per year to 19. Therefore, adding 4 to each year from 2024, this amount will return to its original number of 15. The impact of COVID-19 on Deighton Lodge, a wedding venue, has been absolutely devastating to our business. As the primary source of bookings being based on group gatherings, the majority of 2020 was spent closed, with little to no business taking place. The effect this has had meant the financial strain not only on ourselves, but suppliers who support our weddings was, again, completely devastating. With many other venues being able to recoup losses by simply adding additional weddings into their calendars on any day of the week, we are unable to do this due to the number of weddings we hold restricted to 15. We have lost a minimum of 125,000 through weddings not taking place during this year, not to mention the future bookings we would have had through viewings that were unable to be held during 2020, therefore affecting further years. Typically, as a dry hire venue, we have between 10 to 15 suppliers working on each wedding. This means that there are roughly 150 suppliers and other businesses that have lost out on work from us being closed during 2020. During COVID-19, we were supported dramatically by the council with an initial phenomenal payout of 25,000, which we were obviously very grateful for, but we did still have to take out a £50,000 business recovery loan, to which repayments do start in November of this year. We also looked into financial support in terms of recovering losses through insurance payouts, but our provider did not cover our forced closure based on the wording relating to human diseases. We would, however, like to make an honest living and recoup our losses as best we can by applying to have those lost weddings added to our current limit of 15. In order to support the surrounding community, we have suggested adding 4 to the following 2 years. Whilst we appreciate the neighbours do have concerns surrounding the application, we as a business have had extensive procedures put in place during our weddings to control the noise and the disruption. We have spent an incredible amount of time working alongside a local noise analytical company to produce our noise management plan and the assessment that was approved and signed off by Public Protection. We record the noise levels at intervals throughout the night and assess the situation hourly. We ensure all live music is off by 11 p.m. as stated in our licence, and we control the ending and exit of all events to ensure our neighbours are disrupted as little as possible. We also ensure our suppliers do not gain access to Deighton Lodge on Sundays, further maintaining as little interference as possible. I can confirm we've had no complaints during our weddings for 3 years now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And I'll just ask you members, Councillor Douglas and then Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you. Can you tell me what days of the week do the weddings take place?
Predominantly, they are always on a Saturday. We have had on occasion a Friday wedding, but it's very rare that that happens. It's always a Saturday.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a follow-up? And who is the responsible person on site for monitoring the noise?
That would be me.
And is it recorded?
Yeah. Well, when we say recorded, we go and do.
Sorry, I mean, do you record the results of your?
Yes. Yeah. We
monitoring?
record them on a strategy, sorry.
Thank
Yes. Thank you. On a spreadsheet that's been put together by this company that we've worked with. So we do hourly checks, we do perimeter fence checks, we go up the drive, we actually drive off the premises and down to the driveway that goes down to Rush House and record the sound levels on the piece of paper that we're given. And we level it between 1 and 5, so 1 being that is very minimal. 1 to 2 obviously is often the case where you can hear the outside noises over anything else. 3 and above is then when we need to look at it and think, right, maybe at this point it's bordering on being too loud. So anything between 2 and 3, we look at to reduce it to get it down to 1 or between 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of questions that are sort of similar in a way to Councillor Douglas there. So I just wanted to understand, first of all, so if most of the weddings are on a Saturday, and people can't come in on a Sunday to take stuff off. So is it 1 wedding per weekend essentially, and that's throughout the summer? So if you're adding in 4 weddings, are we talking about essentially 4 more weekends? Is that what you would envisage, or are you looking at midweek and weekends?
Yeah. So primarily because of the way we run Deighton Lodge, it's a niche venue. What we don't want is, and none of the owners have ever wanted, is for 1 wedding to come in, the next day they're out, another wedding comes in. So we only do, as you know, 15 a year. And we try actually with effect not to do too many back to back. So the last thing we want is say 15 weddings running all the way through from one to the other. So we try to have that break, 1, consciously because we have got neighbours and residents around us, but 2, to keep the grounds looking nice, the gardens. It is an old farm, you know, so it takes some keeping up with. But no, we do only do them on a Saturday. So it would essentially be 4 more Saturdays throughout the year or 4 more weekends throughout the year.
Okay. And then the other question was about sort of on a wedding Saturday in terms of the operation of the site itself. And I think there's a mention made in the report about you know, the problem with soundproofing a building, it's fine, but then if you open the doors for ventilation, obviously the sound escapes and it sort of undermines that. So I wondered, first of all, if you could just talk to that a little bit. And then the other thing, I think you mentioned that the music turns off at 11, is that right? But obviously the site can be occupied until 1 or 1:30. Do you bring people inside from 11, or would there be still potentially 100 guests outside?
We don't have guests outside.
So everybody's inside.
Yeah, we try, with all respect, to keep them indoors as much as possible on an event. And I think it's a little bit different from, say, if you were holding a 60th birthday party, people tend to flip, for want of a better word, in and out of the venue. However, weddings, they're a special occasion, aren't they? So when people arrive, it's almost like a regimented process. So people come, they say hello, they do the niceties, then they do the cake cutting, and then there's the first dance, and then you go into the majority of people have some form of entertainment. So people are kept in an area realistically for the time that they're there. I'm not suggesting for 1 second that people don't ever go outside, because that's just not true. However, we do keep the doors to the barn closed throughout the whole evening. Obviously, when COVID was in place, we had to, due to the restrictions, have a door open, but at that point, sound levels were down, and obviously we didn't have dancing and things like that taking place. So the need for really loud music wasn't necessary. But yeah, that's how we work it, that we don't allow people to be roaming around the venue. And just to clarify, so live music goes off at 11, recorded music is 12, and everybody has to be off site guest wise by 12:30. But majority of weddings, their travel home, so to speak, is on site to take them home from 12, because that's when the bar closes and that's when the music is completely off.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. From objectors and from when a previous planning committee considered an increase in the number of weddings, the noise concerns weren't just about live music and amplified music, but also noise from guests leaving late at night. So I was just wondering what specifically is in your noise management plan to manage that? Sorry, specifically before, I joined Dalton Lodge in June. So talking about previous events, obviously I wasn't there. And as has been stated by other people previously, they didn't feel that there was somebody on site all the time. So my job is to be there from essentially the beginning of the wedding right through until the very last person leaves. I lock the site up. So obviously, if people are outside making excessive noise, it's my job to go out and effectively say to them, you know, it needs to be brought down to a level. Can you wait inside? So we've started where we will stand outside the venue, try and keep the people in the barn so they're not sort of going all over the site making noise, because obviously, you know, people have had a drink, they do become louder. So when taxis and things like that turn up, we then go into the venue and we ask around, tell people that their taxis are here, which then, you know, eliminates a lot of people being outside crowding, loud noise. So with my appointment now and me being there, myself and the wedding coordinator do try our best with all the efforts to make sure people are contained inside. But, you know, with all will in the world, sometimes people do come outside.
Thank you. Councillor Orrell.
Yeah, I think you've effectively answered the question I was going to ask, but you've been there since June, so yeah, we don't really know what happened before that in terms of the nuisance for neighbours. It would have been nice to know that before the gentleman.
I mean, obviously, I know a fair bit about the business, so I can try and answer any questions that you would like to know. I know that the main thing that seems to be apparent is the noise, the nuisance of the noise and the disturbance. Obviously, it's 15 weddings a year, so they're not necessarily 15 back to back. We don't do back-to-back events, so you would never have a wedding on a Friday and an event on a Saturday. Sometimes, well, for instance, the last wedding takes place at Deighton Lodge on the 11th of December, and then our next wedding is the 30th of April. So that's quite a significant amount of time. And then there is a 2-week break before our next one, and then a 2-week break after that. Due to obviously COVID shutting us down for events, a lot of our weddings next year that are taking place are actually ones that have been moved from the year before. So actually gaining nothing financially, but also they are in sort of a more confined space next year, whereas this year they have been kind of spread from the back end. But we do try where we can. The owner and I are very conscious of not doing back-to-back weddings where possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wardby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sharon. When your events are going on, obviously I've got a bit of smoking area for people, and obviously then people go out to talk to their mates while they're smoking. Whereabouts is that located, please?
So where the barn is, where you enter into the garden to go around to the grounds itself. So you've the house and then the barn. So it is literally located to the left-hand side of the barn, but it's within a wall. So if this is the barn here, there is a little wall here,
and they stand in this area to smoke. And if we see them going into the garden, we tend to ask them to come away, one, because we've got furniture, but two, it keeps that noise to one area rather than it being spread around the building.
Councillor Wardley.
Thank you. And how close is this area to the neighbours?
The smoking area. Well, it's the opposite. So if you look at this picture here, so you can just see the neighbour's roof above. Yeah. So if you were to walk all the way down this side of the garden, so quite a significant step up here, and then turn right as if you were going into the barn. So it's located behind a wall there. So it's not anywhere towards this side of the barn or the house.
Okay. I can't see any further questions, so thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Can move on then to any further questions for the officers. If not, if we're happy to move to debate, or Councillor Melly.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering how that number of 15 was originally reached. Was that just a number that was applied for, or was there a negotiation? Was a higher number considered and then considered not reasonable and it was brought down to 15, or was a high number not really considered because 15 was what was applied for?
I didn't deal with the original application, but I understand that I think they had a certain right to use events outdoor. I think it was under the 28-day limit. They had outdoor events which couldn't be controlled, and it felt a reasonable compromise that if it was controlled at 15, there was an improvement on having outdoor events. I think in a marquee that might not be able to be controlled through the planning system, limited at 28 days a year, it would normally be permitted development. I think that was weighing up the issues. That's as I understand it.
And has there been any change in the policy context, either locally or nationally, since then that we need to consider?
Not that I'm aware of anything material. No.
Okay, if there's no further questions, if we're happy to move to debate, if anybody would like to have a crack. If not, I will. Councillor Melly.
I mean, proportionally, it's quite a big increase, and the nature of the events means they probably disproportionately happen at a time when they would have a larger impact on neighbour immunity, because neighbours have more of an expectation to be able to enjoy outdoor space and have their windows open and that sort of thing. But also, it's only for a year, for a very limited period of 2 years. So I feel like in balance, that's probably acceptable, and I'm happy to move approval.
Okay, thank you. Anybody willing to second that? Councillor Dawdney. Okay. Any further debate? Are we happy to move to the vote? Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I think I've just been trying to recollect the previous application on this, because I certainly went on the site visit, and I think it was previously an application to increase it to 26, and I think that the committee refused it based on the idea that that was pretty much 6 months of the year. I think it is very difficult to quantify the impact that noise disturbance can have on people, and I think noise disturbance, particularly in rural areas, actually can feel more marked if you're in an urban environment. You sort of filter out the background noise, whereas I think if you're used to it being very quiet, noise can travel a very long way and be quite intrusive. So I'm struggling a little bit to balance the clear impact that it will have on the neighbours versus it's actually the people who have been wanting and waiting for a wedding for the last 2 years. You know, speaking as somebody who isn't married, quite happily unmarried, with no desire whatsoever, but my partner will be watching this, so it's nothing to do with her. But I know that there are a lot of people who are desperately looking for places to get married, and I think probably on balance, I'm with Councillor Melly on this, that it's a total of 8 occasions, and if you weigh that against the fact that for the last 18 months there could have been 30 occasions when there might have been events and they haven't taken place. I think on balance, for the limited period of 2 years, that's okay. I wonder whether we might make a very clear informative that it is, I don't know whether it already says it in here or not, but it is specifically as a reaction to the lost business over COVID and shouldn't be seen as a grounds for a future application to increase it permanently on that basis. I don't know whether, no.
Okay, if we're happy with a informative along those lines. See Councillor Melly.
Yeah.
I guess perhaps if we delegate that to chair and vice chair, or yeah.
What informative are you looking at, please?
Councillor Crawshaw proposed an informative that would in effect make it clear that the will of the committee is that this is a sort of specific reaction to the issues raised by COVID and not something that should necessarily be relied on for a future application.
Rely on, because at the end of the day, a future application will have to be judged on its merits anyway. We can't tie a decision 2 years down the line. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. So if there's no further debate, then if we're happy to move to the vote, and Gareth, if you could give us a summary of that.
Chair, it's been moved that permission be granted for the variation of condition 4 to increase the number of weddings that could be held in 2022 and 2023 from 15 per year to 19 per year, and it's subject to the addition of an informative as you outlined just there. I can bring that back to chair and vice chair if you wish.
I think so.
Approval of the wording.
Okay, thank you. So if I could see then all those in favour of the proposal. Everybody? Okay. So that is passed. We could move on then to item 4C, but I think if we have a 5-minute break, if we come back at 6:15, would be okay? Okay, thank you. If we can move on then to item 4C. And Gareth, if you're able to.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a planning application to put in a relocated and replacement 32-metre high telecommunications mast, associated equipment and enclosure. And that's to replace the mast that was that is currently sited adjacent to where the former gas holder was off Hawthorn Grove on the Heath Green gasworks site. Actually, Jonathan, can you just do refer to the update before I start going through the drawings?
Okay, so to update, firstly, there's we've provided a handout to members that show a location plan and constraints plan. It's in the presentation, but just in case it's tricky to make out, but that shows the existing mast and how it's in a view corridor. It shows a proposed mast and the associated area that's required for it in terms of servicing and maintenance and the extra compounds that's required. In terms of the update that we've circulated, there's an additional objection that wasn't mentioned in the report. The report says that there hasn't been an objection from 17 Hawthorn Grove, and they have written to the council to object to the mast. It was just overlooked at the time of writing the report because the objection was made in response to one of the other applications we've currently got for the site. So we feel it's reasonable and fair to let members know that we do have an objection from the neighbour about the mast, and we've listed the reasons for objection there. The visual impact of it, moving it closer to number 17 Hawthorn Grove, that it's said that there wasn't appropriate consultation when the mast was first put on site. So the mast that's there at the moment had limited consultation in advance of it being put up. There's a preference for the mast to go elsewhere. Alternative location that was recommended is closer to the new link road, Eberackham Way. Obviously, we refer to the constraints, the plan that we've circulated that shows why that's not feasible. And the final point made was a request that more evergreen trees are planted to help screen the mast. So that's the extent of the update.
In terms of the presentation, so the site is the existing mast in that location, the proposed mast and compound just there. This is the Sustrans Foss Islands route. Hawthorn Grove leading into Layerthorpe, and then Eberackham Way here. Heath Green goes along the north top edge of the plan. There's a detail showing this is Hawthorn Mews here. There's an image of the mast. Photo of the existing mast. That's the proposed location in the winter. These are Hawthorn Mews, aren't they? These Heath Mews, sorry, Heath Mews properties here. It's existing tree cover looking out of the site. That's the existing mast from Heath Mews. This shows the development that's been granted outline permission at the moment. So the residential blocks, the open space. That's also shown on this constraints plan. This constraints plan also shows that that viewing corridor that you get along East Parade towards the Minster. And then there's other views. These views show a general townscape view, I guess you call it,
across the site. These are submitted by the agent, so to try and give some indication of what may be seen from Heworth News. What we haven't done is verify them. So this, I think the report makes this point that that Heworth News properties have these balconies with these masonry walls enclosing them, and that has some effect of sort of channeling the views out from the living rooms. So again, as pointed out in the report, it's the mast isn't placed directly in view of those balconies or those living room windows, but is oblique in viewpoints. I think that's it. So get back to there. Okay, are there any questions at this point, Councillor Wardby?
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple. Just a bit of clarification, really. On page 81, 1.3, it says the mast will be 32 metres high, but on 1.7, the top of the proposed mast would be approximately 45 metres. Which is it, please?
Sorry, the different heights referred to. So in 1.7, its AOD level is above Ordnance Deighton. So that's not the ground level on site. That's above sea level essentially. So that's to give you a context in terms of we've got the approved AOD levels for the buildings that we've approved to put on the site, and they're specified in there. So the point of that paragraph really is to say that, to point out to you that the mast needs to be a height that's around 15 metres taller than the tallest buildings that have been approved for site. But in terms of what you'll see on the ground, and if you were to go back to the other image, the mast, when measured from its base to its top, is 32 metres high for the new one. 29.5 for the existing one.
Okay.
And then my second question is about Councillor Fitzpatrick. So as she's called it in on one of the grounds being that the play area is too close, is so close. I'd like to know how close it is from the proposed mast to the play area, please.
Well, it would be surrounded by a compound. Have you got that? It's probably easier to highlight it on the drawing rather than any of the constraints plan. I think probably easiest. Oh, the one, the previous one maybe. So that what kind of shape is that? That play area is, you can see the path that winds around the open space. Yeah, the play area is proposed for that area there. So I'd say that's probably about 10 metres away from the compound and the fence. That's where obviously that open space will be public. The whole of the open space will be publicly accessible. So there'll be people using the entirety of that area.
Okay, Councillor Douglas.
Thanks, Chair. I'd just like clarification that the trees along the Sustrans route, are they all deciduous?
Yeah. I thought it would be.
But they all are, is it? But certainly the ones that are shown on that drawing.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, Councillor Manley?
Thank you, Chair. why does the new mast need to be? Why does the new mast need to be so much higher than the existing mast? Is that directly relating to the proposed development, or is it some other reason?
It's irrespective of the proposed development. It's because it has 5G on the new mast, and it's to get that required coverage to the area.
Councillor Melly?
Thank you. The report says that when we're assessing the visual impact of the new mast, we need to consider that in zones A and C, the proposed buildings are 5 stories. I was just wondering what height that is compared to the mast.
So the comparable heights, the biggest block, the tallest block, that's in 1.7, that's mentioned. So that's around about 15 meters lower, and then the other blocks, the ones facing Heworth Green, they're a little bit lower. And again, so you're just over 15 meters higher than the blocks facing Heworth Green, probably about 17 or 18 meters higher. But it's not a precise science because there's variable building heights on the buildings, and there's modelled roofscape, so they're not all flat roof blocks, but it's roughly 15 meters.
Okay, Councillor Melly?
Thank you, Chair. So we've seen the kind of existing tree cover. We've seen photos of it. We can see it on that plan. Is that protected in any way? Like, that's the current tree cover, but can we assume that will be the tree cover long term?
Yes, that's the intention. The scheme doesn't ask to remove any trees, and we're not aware it's necessary to remove any trees to accommodate the development. The sort of the level is already there, if you like, on site, ready to accommodate the mass. So what's there on site is intended to stay in future.
But is there something to ensure that? Are they protected trees in some way, or are they part of a previous planning application that says that if they're ever removed or diseased, then they need to be replaced or anything like that?
Well, in terms of during construction, there are our standard conditions for them to be retained and for them to be protected. The trees along the Sustrans routes they're outside of the site, so we couldn't necessarily use this planning application to protect them in perpetuity because they're under different land ownership. I can't recall if they've got TPOs on them or not. Then they would be protected. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Should know that.
Councillor Melly?
Thank you, Chair. In Councillor Webb's objection, or as summarised in the report anyway, he said that there's no clear answer why the equipment cannot be located on the approved buildings of the site. And then in the report, it says that developers have discounted the option of locating the mast on proposed buildings because they don't want to have to manage allowing various maintenance access. Has the planning authority done any assessment of whether it's possible to put the mast on one of the proposed buildings?
Well, our understanding is both the landowner and developer of the apartments are unwilling for various reasons, and it doesn't fit with how they want to use their roof in terms of renewable energy and using areas of the roof of amenity space. We also understand that the mast operators are unwilling as well, and they have quite onerous requirements in terms of what they need and what they want for servicing. I think hopefully it's light blue on the location plan that shows how much land the operators have required to be able to access the mast and to be able to have parking. The one that was on before you started moving. This, yeah. So that the narrow light blue there that's their spatial requirement to to service the mast. So they have significant requirements in terms of accessibility to them. And I think that they're typically found on the side of the road as well. So we've been told by all parties essentially that there's no willingness, or it's not on the table for it to be able to go on the building. But I would say also if it does go on the building, it would still need to be 15 metres higher than the building, so it would still be a significant visual thing in the setting.
Okay, Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's my final question. It's paragraph 5.2 where it talks about the local plan, and it says that communications infrastructure applications will be supported where mast sharing is facilitated. So I was just wondering if you could tell us a bit about what mast sharing is being facilitated as part of this application, please.
Well, the existing mast has got various equipment on it by different operators. So there is a mast that's been shared there at the moment, and that will be added to by them having the 5G on there as well. But they have also showed the coverage plans for the local area that demonstrate to us that there's not an existing mast anywhere else that they could move all this equipment to and get the coverage.
Okay, if there's no further questions at that point, if we could move on to our public speakers. The first of which is David Holt, who's here to speak in person and in objection. If you'd like to make a start in your own time, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good evening, everybody. My name is David Holt, and I live at 19 Hawthorn Grove, which is the property that will be the house that will be closest to the proposed new mast and compound. My property is going to be about 50 metres away from this monstrosity. My friends in Hawthorn Mews will be about 30 metres away. If you look particularly at the images we brought up of the lack of screening, the current, if you look at the picture on page 102, we've grown used to the current mast because that is 3/4 obscured by a row of conifer trees. It's one of the reasons why the original mast was placed there in the first point. So there is the image up there, the row of conifer trees. Between the proposed new mast and my residence is a very thin, poor row of deciduous trees, which lose their leaf from November to April. So if you look at the image in winter, there will be absolutely no screening whatsoever between the proposed new mast and residences on Hawthorn Grove and Hawthorn Mews. So we're looking at a structure, an image on page 99, that is going to be 2.5 metres down higher than the image that you see on page 99. And it's going to be 2 metres wide in the upper part of the mast. It's about the same height as the central tower of York Minster. So imagine having that 50 metres away from your property. You can see why local people are objecting. I'm one of 15 local residents that have objected to this application, and had Councillor Webb been here himself, he would have spoken against this proposal as well. At a Zoom meeting back in March, hosted by Councillor Webb, between officers of the development and local residents, the officers conceded that they had not looked at any alternative locations for this mast and compound. If you looked at the original site plan, you will see that on the left-hand side, there is Eberarcombe Way. There are no houses or apartments down Eberarcombe Way at all. So why have alternative locations not been looked at in that part of the site? And on the proposed new development, Zone C will have apartments very close to this proposed mast and compound. If you looked at the image which showed development blocks B, if that can be brought up, you'll see that the proposed mast and compound is proposed to be next to the only green space in the whole development, and directly adjacent to a proposed children's playground. Yes, the compound would have a security fence round it, but children being children, I'm sure some of them would see the fence as an interesting challenge to climb over. So I think there are major safety concerns as well. I think it's a gross tragedy that the only proposal in front of you this evening is this location and this proposed mast and compound. What local residents are saying is that there are realistic alternatives and they have not been explored. So we are urging you to reject this application and to force the owners of the mast and the compound to come back with alternative proposals that will have a minimal impact on the lives and the properties of local residents. As elected members, you're here to represent local residents. You're not here to represent the interests of an international telecommunications company. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Councillor Melly?
Thank you for coming and speaking to us this evening. What kind of aspect of your home and the other homes in the street is it that faces the mast? Is it bedrooms or living room or garden or front rooms?
Okay. Well, it's obviously it's the rear of our properties. You know, we have small gardens which back on to what used to be the old railway track. It's now the Sustrans cycle track. We don't have big trees in our gardens, which could add additional screening. But this area of deciduous tree planting was severely culled by Sustrans about 18 months ago in preparation for an underground gas pipe work, which is going to be laid on that side of the development. So it's been severely depleted in the last 18 months. And as we say, there is no screening at all between November and April. So yes, we're looking out from our, some of us have rear living areas, our rear bedrooms, our kitchens all look out onto the proposed new development and the mast and the compound.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Somebody?
Thank you, Chair. So we've been told that the increased height isn't as a direct result of the proposed development, it's as a result of kind of 5G rollout. Yes. So if the height increase was in the current location, would that cause the same issues for you, or is it the relocation specifically that's the problem rather than just the height increase, or is it?
Well, I think one of the suggestions that we residents have made is we don't quite understand why the existing mast, and we know that the area where the existing mast has to be decleansed. It has to be there. It's going to be close to block B, but we don't understand why the mast can't be taken out, the ground remediated, and then the existing mast put back. It may be in that case that an extra 2.5 meters of structure may not be required. But we don't know. We have had no consultation from the operators of this mast and compound, no consultation whatsoever. And I do say that if you were to come down to the site and look at the blight that mast is going to have on local residents, you would reject this proposal out of hand. What we're urging is that the owners of the mast and the compound actually come back with realistic proposals that are in the interest of local residents, not simply just taking the existing mast, getting rid of it and shifting 150 meters to the right and putting an even taller mast up in its place.
I just reassure you that I've done multiple site visits. I've been down there and had a look at the plans.
Yeah, it's a pity really that more members of the committee can't pay a site visit. Obviously, you would be able to do if you turn this proposal down. We would certainly welcome a visit from members of the committee, and then you can see the concerns that we have.
Thank you. Any further questions? I can't see any, so thank you for your time this evening.
Yeah, thank you very much.
If we could call on then Tim Ross, who's speaking in person again and as the agent for the applicant.
And Lewis of Markets as well, who's the project manager.
Sorry, you need to.
And we've registered Mike Phillips as well, who's a project manager in terms of site contamination for the site.
Okay. Next starting your own time, so you get 3 minutes to address the committees.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This application is a key part of bringing forward the development of this contaminated brownfield site, which is a former gasworks. The site is a local plan housing allocation and the existing mast is centrally located within the site and blights its development potential. To clean up this heavily contaminated site, the existing mast must be relocated to remediate the land underneath and remove the gas holder base. In March 2020, the Council's Planning Committee granted outline planning consent for up to 607 new homes, which makes an important contribution to the Council's 5-year housing land supply and by inference, the soundness of the emerging local plan. The approved master plan is the result of more than 2 years of dialogue with Council design and planning officers, as well as public consultation events. The existing mast has formed an integral part of the operator's communication network for over 20 years and supports operators for 3UK, EE and the smart meter network. The current proposal will continue to provide 2G, 3G and 4G coverage and capacity. It also allows 5th generation technology to be provided from the sites. Continuity of network provision is essential, but the proposal also enhances the city's communication network by enabling 5G, benefiting local business, residents, students and school children. The height of the existing and proposed mast allows a significant coverage footprint and has reduced the need for additional masts in the wider area. Duplicate coverage will be achieved by siting the relocated mast near the existing mast. By doing so, the impact on the wider communications network is minimised. The relocation of the existing mast is appropriate for several reasons. It optimises the reuse of this brownfield site, reducing pressure on the greenbelt. Consultation with residents has resulted in the mast being moved to an oblique angle to Heworth Mews to lessen the impact, and planting is proposed to screen the mast enclosure. There is significant screening already in place along the Sustrans route, and there will be additional planting on the boundary on the gasworks site. Public views have been prioritised, given loss of a private view is not a material planning consideration. The mast relocation enhances the setting of York Minster by removing obstructions from the important view identified by Historic England from East Parade. It protects the setting of Heworth Green Conservation Area, and it allows new Minster views to be created from the proposed public green space. Considering the existing context for visual amenity prior to development, this is an industrial site containing a phone mast, unsightly gas infrastructure, including a 50-metre wide gas holder, which extends to 30 metres in height. The developers agreed to propose planning conditions regarding tree protection, screening of the enclosure and sensitive colour finishes. So I endorse the officer's recommendation to approve and hope members can support the proposal too. Thank you for listening. So as I mentioned, Mike and I will be here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are any questions, Councillor Orr.
Yeah. Excuse me. The resident suggested that the mast could be put back in the same place, or the new mast go back in the same position that the current one's in. Is that not feasible?
Well, the reason it can't be retained in the existing is because, firstly, it blights the site in terms of minimising the development potential of the site. And secondly, the land underneath the mast has to be remediated.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to actually take the base of the gas holder out, which is supporting the enclosure of the existing mast, the mast needs to be moved to do that. So you'd have a 2-stage process by which you'd have to move the mast somewhere else and then put it back if you were to do that. But it completely compromises the approved master plan, which, like I said in the speech, is the result of 2 years, more than 2 years dialogue with design officers and planning officers to come up with the approved master plan on the site. And our view is, for placemaking reasons and to optimise the use of land, the proposed location is appropriate, and that's why we're moving the mast from where it is currently.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Perrott.
Can I just add to that response?
Yep, very briefly.
Yeah, in terms of just being able to say you're just going to move the mast, unfortunately you can't. It has to literally be a brand new mast built with all the infrastructure, electric, phone, cables, the current operators duplicating all their kit, so there is a seamless switchover before you actually drop that mast. I wish it was as easy as just picking it up and moving it.
Okay, Councillor Perrott. All right, yeah.
Just a quick supplementary. Sorry, you said that not moving it would compromise the master plan. So was the move not included in the master plan? I'm a bit confused. If you've set a master plan that can't go ahead unless you move the mast, presumably the mast
That was always shown
included within that master plan.
It was always shown indicatively, but the reason we weren't sure.
But sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
But was it indicatively shown in this proposed location?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it was slightly different actually. It was further behind Heath Mews. So when I say we changed it to more of an oblique angle, so it's not directly in their view. That's what we've done as a result of the public consultation that we've undertaken.
Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
It was a similar question actually, just around the siting of the mast. So you did mention that it was located centrally, but obviously on the plans that we've got, it doesn't look like it is towards the centre of the application site. So, I mean, what other work was done to look at how you could position the buildings, and was there really absolutely no other way of placing them on the site to maximise the development, because this is causing a lot of concern for residents? You know, if we've got 15 objections from them, I think it's fair to existing residents for us to ask why it wasn't part of the consideration.
Yeah, unfortunately, to be able to give the whole site a clean bill of health in terms of remediation, the mast has to be removed, because the key implication is that at the minute, although from ground level you might think the gas holder's been removed, there's actually about 30% of the gas holder wall extending about 8 meters down, with associated contaminated ground touching that wall that needs to be excavated out. At the minute, there's about 2,500 cube of hardcore holding that wall in place. So we literally need to move the mast and enable the decontamination and removal of all of that ground, all of the gas holder wall. And we still don't know what's under the current mast compound. As you've touched upon, it's quite a significant compound. And having been remediating the site for the last 18 months, and all the nasties that we've been discovered that haven't appeared on any drawings, I fear as to actually what's under the mast compound itself.
And I mean, I would just add to that as well. The site that we've chosen, as shown on the constraints plan, is derived from analysis of the site, and it's to try and enhance those public views. So you're taking out an obstruction from East Parade, for example, in terms of those Minster views. Our view is strongly that this is the most or the least sensitive location for the mast to go, which delivers the requirements for Cellnex in terms of level access and the compound that they need. It also allows the site to be redeveloped and optimized and bring forward that housing. And it takes advantage of the existing tree belt, which there is a significant separation between residents as a result of the Sustrans route and the existing tree belt. So it is our view, and that's what we're here to defend, that this is the least sensitive location for the mast.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Just as a supplementary to that, I suppose what I'm getting at is when it's not located centrally on the site, as you did assert when you were talking at the beginning, you know, it is towards the edge of the site. It has moved closer to some of the properties, but was no consideration given to move it to part of the site that is not right next to residential, existing residential properties. So Iberacombe Way does not have as many residents on it. I can't see why, with the proposed views given on this constraints plan, that it wouldn't be less obtrusive. It would be obtrusive, I think, for the residents that you are going to be moving into your development, but for existing residents, it seems like this is just not sort of meeting their need. It's not as centrally on site, so it's just me trying to understand, you know, it's not smack bang in the middle, it is already on an edge. Why couldn't it have been on the edge sort of further across the site towards Iberacombe Way?
Well, I think this constraints plan shows that quite well. If you move from the existing location of the mast sort of south, I suppose, towards or west towards Iberacombe Way, one, you can see the gas infrastructure that has to go in there. So that's this sort of beige line on there. So we can't interfere with that gas infrastructure, which is being buried. And that gas infrastructure currently runs along Iberacombe Way and is quite unsightly. Secondly, it's not correct to say that there isn't residential along Eber-Arkham Way. There's the Tiger development, which is being built currently. There's also on the corner of Heworth Green and Eber-Arkham Way, there's a large residential development there. And these are high density developments as well. If you look at the properties on Layerthorpe, they don't benefit from the tree belt and the Sustrans route. So you'd be even closer to residential properties than what's being proposed.
Okay, Councillor Wardby, I think has been asked. Okay, Councillor Douglas then.
Thanks. So the trees on the Sustrans route, has there been any attempt by the developer or you to actually discuss with Sustrans putting any further evergreens in there to improve the screening? Because as we've seen, there is none in the winter. And from the resident, we heard that not to be unexpected, during November to April, all of the leaves are gone. Please explain to me what you've done to try and get that problem resolved. Thank you.
Yeah, I've met a representative of the Sustrans to walk that boundary and look at some complementary planting. They hold their hands up and admit that they haven't actively managed that band of trees particularly well. We've offered to plant new trees to help provide some masking, but some additional masking. What was interesting was that they just want deciduous trees planting, and in effect they did ask us whether we would be in a position to remove those coniferous trees that are currently present, because it's not in alignment with their tree management plan for Sustrans.
So that's about introducing non-native species.
Okay, Councillor Douglas.
Thanks. So you mentioned during your speech about planting and additional planting, and not just along the Sustrans, but around the perimeter. Can you explain what that will look like, please?
So as part of, this is a quite complex development proposal. So one of the applications is called the enabling works application, which is to do all this site remediation works, which has already been approved. Now, part of that application has a condition on it for tree planting along the southern boundary within the site itself. So that will have to be planted within 6 months of the remediation work being completed. So that's along the southern boundary. In the site itself. The other planting that will be proposed is we'll have screening around the enclosure itself. So that will be around the fencing, which will go up to 2 meters in height. And then obviously we're protecting the existing trees. So we'll have an arboricultural impact assessment done, which will have fencing, etc., to ensure that the construction does not damage the Sustrans trees. I think importantly in terms of, and it's mentioned in Jonathan's report, is that the tree survey shows that if you want to put additional planting in the Sustrans land, you'd have to take out existing trees.
Okay, Councillor Melly.
Thanks, Chair. On this plan, it looks like the proposed compound is right up against the site boundary. It doesn't look like there's any space to plant any trees within the site boundary, but between the mast and local residential properties.
So the tree planting that I was referring to is not around the mast compound. That would be the enclosure planting, which would go around the mast, which would probably be some sort of ivy screen, something like that. But the tree planting is both north and south of the mast compound. So in terms of views coming up the cycle path, if you like, there would be additional planting there, which would just screen your view of the mast.
Okay, I can't see Councillor Crackhill. I can see Councillor Crackhill.
Just following up on that conversation then, is there not the potential to make room between the compound and the site boundary to plant some conifers as the residents would really like?
The problem with any trees being planted directly adjacent to the mast is that Cellnex stipulate that they're not allowed to be more than 15 metres high. Otherwise, they'll impact the lines of sight.
How many meters? 15?
15 is what they've told me.
Fast conifers, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, the other reason is, and it's shown on that constraints plan, is part of the sort of master plan was to have this central green space, which has a minimum site area. So if you're to move the mast that way, you start eating into that.
Okay, I can't see any further questions, so thank you for your time this evening. Thank you. Move on then, if there are any further questions for officers on this. Oh, sorry, Councillor Webb. You should be joining us on Zoom.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. And there was me thinking you'd forgotten me there for a minute. Yes, apologies, I'm not joining you in person, but I have managed to make it to speak in objection on this application. So without further ado, thank you firstly for Councillor Fitzpatrick, who recognised the strength of feeling from residents in objection to this application. And as you've seen, I've objected as well. And in fact, some objectors thought they'd objected, but it turns out they'd objected to a separate part of the application process. And I think that's been part of the problem here, is that there's been several different parts to this application, and consistently residents have objected to the height of this mast and the relocation of this mast. But it's never really been heard. This is going to be closer to Heworth Mews, and at the time of the outline planning application, it was promised, and you remember this outline planning application came down to a chair's decision. It was very close. It was promised that a slimline mast was going to be put up. However, now due to the buildings themselves in the outline planning application, the mast has to be taller. And this new mast will continue to be a detractor for views of the Minster for residents in Heworth. It said clearly in the outline planning application, and I quote, "We do expect a more slender and discreet design will be achievable as the original design was a radio mast." And unfortunately, what we've got here is something incredibly different. It's taller and it's wider. I did hold a residents meeting with developers, and residents asked what alternatives have been investigated. And unfortunately, nothing at all was forthcoming. There are about to be several large buildings that could house a mast. And indeed, you know, planning committee gave approval to a similar idea on the Park Inn recently. And I know that that is a much taller building, of course, but the point is that if the masts were sited on top of the proposed buildings, they would be further from existing residents, and they would be more central to the site. It is quite sad that the screening that there currently is entirely deciduous. I'm sure you've not noticed, you've not missed to notice, sorry, the falling leaves at this time of year. There is no screening from the site at this point. And in fact, prior to any planning application approval being provided, several trees were taken down by the applicants, which was very, very unfortunate, and of course didn't do residents any favours. I have to say that there doesn't appear to be any consideration to residents, and I think that's a real shame. And I ask you, in the very least, to defer this item until the question can be answered for residents with clear evidence, reasoned evidence as to the problems. Residents in Heworth are about to have...
Draw to a close, please.
Thank you. Residents in Heworth are about to have their living conditions worsened, and you can stop that and seek information to regard alternatives. There are plenty of reasons for a deferral at the very least. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I'll just ask if the committee have any questions. I can't see any, so I'll thank you for your time this evening, Councillor Webb.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Okay, then if we can now move on to any further questions. So Councillor Wardby.
Thank you, Chair. On page 84, bullet point 4, it says that the application site subject area, and it was refused at a planning committee before. What was it refused for, please? Or am I reading it wrong? Sorry. It's page 84, bullet point 4 on that page, and it says there are no consultation when the existing mast was introduced. There was proposals previously to relocate the mast to the application subject area. The proposals refused by planning committee. So I'm asking what it was refused for, or is this not true?
I'm not aware of any information related to it. We've had representations that when the mast was first introduced on the site, that it was apparently only advertised in the Yorkshire Post and people weren't aware of it, and there was felt to be inadequate consultation when it was first introduced. But I don't know of any application we've had recently in the last 15 years relating to the site and the mast for the site. So I don't know, it's something a resident has said and we've reported it to committee, but we haven't got any information regarding it.
Okay, any other questions, Councillor Crawshaw?
Thanks, Chair. It was just on the point that Councillor Webb made about this expectation of a more slender and discreet design, which I think was relating to the outline plan. Are you aware of that, and was that given any consideration in this application? Because it does, you obviously get those two different types of mast design, don't we? And we had that one in Upper Poppleton a couple of weeks, whenever it was, it's a previous application, which was again similar. It was needed to be relocated, needed to be higher, but it was a very thin pole style rather than a great big kind of trellis, which this is. I just wondered if there'd been any discussion around that as to why this needed to be such a substantial mast.
I think the agents can confirm, but my understanding is that those kind of single monopole masts wouldn't be able to accommodate the 5G technology at the height that they need it on this site. That's why we've got the lattice type structure.
The Poppleton one was a 5G mast.
Yeah, but I don't think they go up to I don't think they can go up to the height that we've got in this application.
Councillor Melly.
Yeah, sorry. So, but you said that it needed to be this height because it needed to be that height to allow 5G.
Yeah, the monopoles, I don't know about the Poppleton one, but all the ones I've seen go up to, or they're in the region of 20 metres, and they're the monopoles. But we've been told that when you go over 20 metres, which we are doing here, that kind of structure can't accommodate the 5G technology.
Okay, so I asked earlier why it needed to be this height and so much higher than the existing one, and your answer was that it needs to be that height to accommodate 5G. But now you're saying other poles, 5G poles haven't been so high.
Well, it needs to be a certain height for the coverage, and the certain height then dictates the need for the design that we've got in front of you.
So what is it about this specific location that means it needs to be so high in order for it to be 5G capable that's different from the other sites?
It's not that it wouldn't be 5G capable if it was lower. The height is to get the coverage that they want for this local area.
Okay.
So just to add to that, so for example, you go back to the one in Upper Poppleton, that they could live with a mast that was, from recollection, 15 metres, because it doesn't have any intervening buildings. So it was sitting in a field. So because this is an urban area with more obstruction, I think that's why they're saying it needs to be taller. It's also, I think again, when we dealt with that Poppleton one, there was the issue about mass sharing, and there's this issue about, because of the because of the extra kit that's required for 5G. Shared mast solutions are less likely to be achieved now because they can't be accommodated within those slimline poles. The head frame has to be much bigger. So I think it's the technology and the location that lead to the mast that they've proposed. Although we can't answer why they suggested it could be at outline stage. That's
Okay, so that extra height is necessary because of existing buildings in the surrounding built-up area, not the proposed development on the site.
I can't answer that. I can't answer that. Can you answer that, Jonathan?
I mean, very briefly, because if you come to the mic, though.
The mast has to be, given the length of time the mast has been in place, other masts have been created around the city that need to have sight lines to speak to it. So the mast has to be the height we're proposing to maintain those sight lines.
So maintain them once the proposed development is in place, or maintain them regardless of the existing development?
Regardless, just where it moves because of levels to speak to other masts and maintain the level of coverage. If you look to move that mast to other locations and it doesn't have those sight lines, you may end up in a position of having to replace it with up to another 2 masts to maintain the same level of coverage. It's not to do with the 5G, it's pure sight lines to existing infrastructure.
Okay, Councillor Melling.
Technology, Chair.
Would another design be possible, which is maybe less bulky towards the top of the mast?
Unfortunately, the monopoles only go up to 30 metres. They prefer a lattice structure. This 32 metres purely for wind. And when you talk about slender columns, when you hit the 30 metres, they're not like lampposts. They're bulky with bulky poles with quite significant diameters. So it's not like a lamppost design.
Would it be possible to have a kind of combination? So you've got a sturdier, wider base lower down, and they're just a more slender pole, not as long, not higher up.
Unfortunately, I have to follow what Cellnex have dictated, and that's what they've dictated to me, and that's why they've dictated the size of the compound as well. They want a like-for-like replacement.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for letting me jump in, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor, is this directly relevant?
So to maintain the sight lines, how far from that existing location can that mast move?
It has to be in relatively close distance, and it can't go on top of the buildings either, primarily because you'd need a 15-metre mast on top of the buildings, and they only go up to 10. So that's why we've had to discount the tops of buildings.
So do you know how far it can be moved?
I don't, I'm afraid.
And so if it were in a different location, though, potentially the mast could be lower, I assume.
It wouldn't be any lower than it currently is. It's what is it now? It's 30 metres.
So if it were moved to another area, say, for example, closer to Iboricum Way in that direction, which avoids the buildings in the way, then it couldn't be reduced in size.
I can't confirm that. I'm not from Cellnex, but then we run into all the issues of residents and tree coverage, etc.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Quinn.
Did I understand? Can I?
Sorry, is this?
I would. Is that all right, Chair?
Yeah, but I would like to draw this.
Okay,
section.
just last question, following up on something you said about if it was, I think you said something about if you did have to find an alternative, you'd have to be looking at 2 masts in 2 different places. Has that been considered?
Well, that's what Cellnex have told me, and the issue would be finding suitable sites, brownfield sites within the city centre, in and around the sort of Heworth Green area, that people would accept 2 new masts, potentially. This is why everyone's so keen to keep it in close proximity to existing. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you, Chair. So it would be useful to know more about whether this plan does fit within the terms of the outline planning permission. I wasn't sure exactly what that quote was that it's Councillor Webb, wasn't it? Was saying about it being slimline. Was that how much consideration the committee gave that at the time when they decided to vote for approval, whether it was a condition that we'd effectively be amending, or it'd be useful to know how much weight to give to this kind of unexpected change in design?
Well, I think when we looked at the outline application, it showed the layout of the site. So by virtue of approving the outline application, we'd essentially dictated that the mast was going to move, and this indicative location was shown on the outline application. What we didn't have at that time was the full application that we've got now that shows in detail what's proposed, essentially. That makes sense. So we didn't have this detail about the appearance of the mast. It was just illustrated on the plan that it was going to be relocated from one area to another area, and it would be subject to a separate application as to what it would look like in detail and precisely where it would go.
I think, but with the issue we've got here is we have an application with a proposal in front of us, and we're going to have to move towards a decision on that proposal as it is. I appreciate there's lots of places it could be, or it could be higher, it could be lower, there could be 2. But I think we probably do need to try and focus a bit on this application and whether or not this is acceptable. And, you know, because we can always second guess what might be possible. But we're not going to be able to make that decision. So it's ultimately going to come down to a yes, no with what we've got. And that's perhaps somewhere we should try and move a little bit towards. Councillor Manning.
I've got one final question for officers, if that's all right, which is about the access to the compound, because it sounds like there's quite a lot of maintenance needed, you know, once it's built and the site's occupied and people are using that green space, that there's going to need to be maintenance access vehicular with equipment and tools and that sort of thing. So I'm just wondering what the access arrangements for that are, please.
There's essentially a sort of single track road that leads off the road that will go around the site and lead to the car parking. So that leads to the compound, and then the rest of it can take place in the compound. So the vehicles can drive into the compound, turn around and come back out again using the access roads within the development.
So is there a plan that shows that and, you know, shows it in relation to the green space and that sort of thing, please?
I think the area between the green and the 2 trees there, where it's dotted, that shows the width and the extent of the access track leading into the rectangle, which is the compound, and then that compound would be hard standing, and that's where the maintenance could take place in the vehicle turning. So just if the cursor was to move a little bit, yeah, I think that the dotted, that's the width of the access track. So it's just a little bit narrower than the access road that we have within the site. And then obviously you can see on that plan the extent of the new tree planting that's taking place between the access track and the Sustrans route and within the green public space on site.
Okay. There's no further questions. We're happy to move into debate, and if anybody is willing to advance a proposal. Councillor Galvin.
This is one of these applications where we're on somewhat on the horns of the dilemma. And I suppose it's modern technology running into public opinion. Actually, we've had one pass through officers' decisions in my own village. It's actually again the fence to the infant school, and the nearest house is a road width and a pavement width away, which is not much. It was interesting because there was only one person objected. So many residents in the village, through, and I use social media, were very supportive of it because we were going to get a better phone signal, and that is actually it's going to be a 5G mast as well. I don't know what the easy answer is, quite frankly. We either accept and embrace technology that goes along, and I think we all have. I have a 5G phone, not that I particularly wanted a 5G phone, but I didn't have a lot of option now with new phones. And I guess every one of us in this room has got a telephone, a mobile phone, and I suspect some of you like me have probably got a phone that's 5G. Now, I have some sympathy with the gentleman objecting, but to be fair, I guess that wherever a mast such as this is going to be put, there are going to be people who object on a whole range of issues. It would not surprise me at all if some of the objectors, if they sort of put their hand up and spoke the truth, are probably concerned about this so-called problem with things flying through the air. I mean, I've been on a number of site visits in the past for ordinary phone masts. I can't tell you whether it's 2G, 3G or GG. And people were complaining and stand on the edge on the mobile phone, but complaining about the mast. So we're on a bit of the horns of a dilemma, which way we go. I'm old enough to remember when you had a telephone box, you press button A and button B. I suspect that Keith probably does, and Councillor Daubney, I don't think of our colleagues on this site can remember that kind of a situation. And I can even remember when you had to speak to the operator to get a telephone number before that. So the world has moved on. And like our friend here who's objecting, I'm of the generation that looks at these modern technological advances and think, is it going to stop? Having said all that and waffled on at great length, and I don't want to prolong the meeting any more than I need to, I think we have to move to agree to the proposal, Chairman, and it gives me no pleasure to say that, other than I'm afraid this is technology moving on, and I accept that we may be able to find a whole range of alternative sites, but each one is going to have its own problems, and so I therefore move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask first if there's anybody willing to second that. Councillor Orrell. Okay. So that is proposed and seconded. Councillor Melly, do you want to?
Thank you, Chair. I feel like there's still so many unanswered questions that I can't make an informed decision on how to vote. You know, the policy says that applications relating to communications infrastructure should be approved where possible, and that. But then it also goes on to say that it should be refused if the location is inappropriate or the scale or design is inappropriate. And I feel like I just don't know enough to know whether that's the case or not. So I was going to propose deferral, but I assume we take a vote on whether to approve or not first. I just don't feel like I have enough information to make that decision.
We do, yeah, we do have a proposal which has been seconded, so I'm happy to move to that. There's nobody else willing to speak? No. Evan? Gareth, are you able to?
Thank you, Chair. So it's been moved that the planning permission be approved subject to the conditions in the agenda report.
Okay. Can I see then all those in favour of the proposal? All those against? Are there any abstentions? So I make that 5 for, 4 against and 1 abstention, so that is passed. Okay. I think then we do just need another 5-minute break just whilst we bring in the speakers for the next item. So if we could come back at past. Okay, then if we could move on to item 4D. Gareth, if you're able to kick us off.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an application at the former York Brewery warehouse, 9 the Crescent, for the erection of a building to be used for offices following the demolition of the existing building on the site. Just go through the drawings. So the existing site plan shows the footprint of the former Maltings building. There was also at the time some buildings that ran around the edge of the site, leaving a courtyard or yard. It's the existing elevation. Number 8, the Crescent, which is the current club, extend to the site, and then this 2-story house with outbuilding at number 10. So it's side elevation to the Maltings with this characteristic building and roof at the rear. Meridian House, which was a 5-story office building, the cinema building in outline, 8 the Crescent in outline, and the walk on Lowther Terrace, which is a converted former office building, now in residential occupation. And from the rear, photographs, so the site here, the grade 2 listed cinema, and the Crescent, 1 to 8 the Crescent there. From the rear, the extent of the former Maltings building, rear of the site, I think it goes up to that point, which is then the residential site. There's the back of the cinema, and there's the, I think it's called Meridian House. Slightly closer shot taken from Google. This is a site plan, so it shows the building almost taking up almost the entirety of the development site. Got the elevations. Members will have picked up this retained part of the facade, and then the building dropping down. This is the side elevation facing the Crescent. So there's facing number 10 the Crescent rather. So there's the residential terrace there, and at the back there's the NCP car park buildings. And this is a rear elevation. Side elevation facing 8 the Crescent, which is the venue. That shows the outline of the building at the rear of the venue. Floor plans, basement floor with cycle storage. Ground floor also with some elements of cycle storage there. And the service core. These are the office floor plates in grey. First floor, second floor, third floor. The office only on this element of the building, closest to number 8. Fourth floor plan. And some images of the design of the building. From the rear. These are photographs. So this is a photograph of the rear of the Crescent venue. So I think that extends over those 2 properties. And there's looking. And there's the existing roof of the Maltings building. Application site. This is taken from the top floor rear facing window. So there's the application site here. And then a rear facing view. And then there's a photograph from number 10. Number 10, the Crescent, which is that two-story house with these outbuildings forming a courtyard. And this is a first floor terrace they have right at the back with backing onto the NCP station car park. So there's the roof of the building to be demolished. So that's it. The update.
So the update you've been passed around, there was an additional consultation received from the ecology officer who just noted the need for a condition to ensure that nesting birds weren't impacted during demolition, and also measures to increase the ecological value of the site. So then that follows down, further down, you'll see 2 additional conditions reflecting that. One, the need to check for birds' nests before demolition, the appropriate time of the year. And the other about bat boxes, sorry, and bird boxes. Finally, I've just put there for reference policy D7 from the local plan, which relates to non-designated heritage assets at the request of Councillor Crawshaw.
Okay, are there any questions, Councillor Wardley?
Thank you, Chair. Just with this picture here, you say it's a view from number 10, did you? So, and am I understanding it's the one, not the roof in front of us, but the one further back? Is that the one that's being demolished?
Yes, it's fine.
So how high, like what is their view going to be like? I know they don't buy a view, but what, you know, is it going to like, so they don't get much light and things like that? That's what I was thinking.
I just go back to the.
Thank you.
So that's the elevation facing them. So this is the flat wall with that cutaway in the middle, and this sort of angles away as you move away from the boundary, which is probably shown here. So that that elevation there is that elevation there, I believe.
So there's a gap of 2 metres between the new building and their boundary. You can just see there. So there's the gap there, and then the roofs of their outbuildings as well, obviously, that you saw in the photo, separating their usable property from the development, I guess.
So that photograph will be taken from around about that point there.
So, sorry, so the photo, it makes it look so much, so I'm wondering if there was going to be any light or anything like that. So it's probably not, but I didn't understand from your answers.
Yeah, no, sure. Well, the scheme has been designed, it's been revised to try and minimise the impact. So I think Gareth just pointed out the angled elevation at the back. So, I mean, at the most basic level, the sun will rise on the right-hand side of that plan and move round to the left-hand side later in the day. In summer, the impact, sun's generally high in the sky, the impact's less. Obviously, it changes at winter time, the sun's lower in the sky. I think it's context, it's an urban location, properties are generally big. I mean, this is the anomaly, the two-storey cottage here. And there will be some impact on their external space in the winter months. but not so much on the property itself, so not so much overshadowing into the property, if there'll be loss of or overshadowing in the outside external.
Okay, Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of questions on the report, if I may. First of all, paragraph 3.7, just a quick one on the flood risk management team. The last sentence, the granting of planning permission is not supported at this stage. I don't think I've seen that from flood risk management team previously.
It's probably that my colleagues haven't put it in. I think that what he was trying to say was that he would prefer more information before determination. But I think on an assessment of the site and the scheme, it's a site in the urban area, it's currently drained, somehow it's fully covered by impermeable surfaces. I think there is a drainage scheme, he didn't like the detail, he would rather see the details changed before consent, but we've conditioned it, which would be the usual route.
Thank you. And then paragraph 3.12, the public protection responses. They talk about glazing and ventilation in terms of thinking about noise coming from the venue next door. But I couldn't see anything conditioned at all around noise coming into the building. There's a condition 16, which is about noise in the new building, not coming out of the building, if you see what I mean. And as I've raised on a number of things similar to this previously, my concern is that if we only think of it in terms of people entering and leaving the venue, it's actually the low-level frequencies that come through the walls of these sort of buildings that creates the potential noise issues.
So you're talking about noise travelling through the wall from the music venue to the offices?
So, yeah, so my concern, which is referenced throughout the report in a couple of places, is that there's a pre-existing music venue next door, and obviously we don't want to create any problems for them with having a new neighbour. And so I think we've talked previously about deed of easements, and certainly that was what was agreed in the application on the other side previously. When I'd read the public protection comment, where they were making comments about the potential noise from the venue, they talked about mitigations on the new development building, and yet the only condition that relates to sound on the new development seems to be about sound coming out of that building. And I'm just wanting to make sure that there is sufficient protection for the existing business
Well,
if this building was to go ahead.
I covered that by having the noise impact assessment, which listed the measures that were required to protect or to keep noise levels at an acceptable level within the office buildings. So I've conditioned that in the conditions plan. So I think that's what you're saying, isn't it?
But that seemed to read as if it was noise from within the new development going out, unless I'm reading it the wrong way around.
I think they talk about, and that's talk about noise from the music venue and keeping windows shut and use of ventilation when there is excess noise. So I think that was covered in the noise report, was my understanding.
I'll go back and reread it again. And just on that deed of easement, I think you mentioned in the chair's briefing yesterday that the applicant had suggested that they would be prepared to enter into a deed of easement with the venue next door. So could we update the approval subject to a deed of easement?
We couldn't have a condition that said you have to have a deed of easement, because that's a private agreement between two parties separate to the planning process.
Which is why I thought that the approval subject to a deed of easement is an alternative route that might be more applicable.
What you could do, officers feel that the nature of the use that's proposed, the design of the building and the noise impact issues in the noise impact assessment report are sufficient. If members don't feel that, my suggestion would be that you you delegate approval to officers to subject to I don't know what you do, subject to having sight of such an approved an agreed document, something like that, rather than as being part of the approvals process, I guess. You might wait until you've actually seen one that's been signed.
I mean,
I think that's the only way
I guess
it
what
could
I'm
be.
just trying to get at is that if the developer has indicated that they would be happy to enter into a deed of easement, and that is a mechanism that has worked with the other application on the other side, it seems reasonable to think that a similar deed of easement could be entered into in this occasion.
Yeah,
we know that
it was so slightly different.
Protecting.
It was slightly different for the one on number 7, wasn't it? Because that was a refusal, and then when the resubmission came in, it came in with a document that said, "Here, we've signed this deed of easement," and members were satisfied that that was what they needed to be satisfied that it wouldn't have an issue, an impact on the club. So I guess
subject to.
Yeah, I would say delegate it
okay,
to officers, subject to receipt of that, or for us to be shown its existence, or whatever, something of that ilk.
Okay, and if I may, Chair, I've got a couple of further questions. Thank you. Paragraph 5.21, I was just a little bit confused. It mentions that there's a low floor to ceiling heights on the first floor of the malt house. Now, I went along when it was used as a temporary use for creative things last year, and it's a double height ceiling for a huge section of that. It's a vaulted, so I wasn't sure. It just didn't, it seemed incongruous to my recollection of that space. The very front part of the building has got lowish ceiling heights, but the whole of the back part, the vast majority of the building is a double height vaulted ceiling, as far as I recall.
Well, I suspect the agent will be able to tell you more about it, but my understanding it was to do with getting building regs, use of the building as an office, and trying to put in lighting and ceilings to accommodate that. And actually, by the time it's open to the roof, but by the time you've dealt with that and put in the lighting, there's not a lot of floor to ceiling height, but they will explain that more.
Okay, I'll maybe put that to them. Two hopefully very quick final ones. 5.45 proposes 8 bike parking spaces at ground floor, 46 at basement level, so 54 bike parking spaces in total, but I think we're talking about potentially up to 300 staff, and I wasn't sure if that was an appropriate ratio and what ratios we usually require on commercial. I know.
Yes, it's cycle parking that's been agreed with a highways officer in line with policy. So, yeah.
So it is what it is.
Yeah, it's good quality cycle parking. They've got showers and lockers. It's
I recognise that, and I think that's really to be commended. It's just whether that number was appropriate for 300 staff potentially. And finally, on the disabled parking space, I was just a bit concerned that the proposal was to take a parking space out of the res park zone to put a disabled parking space in for the commercial property, and whether or not any consideration had been given to there's quite a number of pay and display parking spaces on the street, and I know res park is like everywhere in the city. It's really oversubscribed down there, so a loss of a space would be an impact on the residents when this is actually talking about a commercial space effectively.
well, the pay and display locally to the sites or private, isn't it? Are you talking about the stuff, is it not?
No, up at the top end near Sainsbury's, it's all CYC pay and display.
But this was what the highways officers suggested. It does go to consultation, I understand, and I don't think it would be a disabled parking space purely for the use of that site. It would just be a disabled parking space for residents. So if you were a disabled resident, you could use that. It just allocates a disabled space.
Okay, but would anything within what we may or may not approve here mean that it would have to come out of the res park rather than, if we're saying there has to be a disabled parking space, does that leave enough room for the consultation with residents to say, well, actually, we'd prefer that it came out of, you know, not the res park, but another area? I'm just concerned that it'll have a quite, I fully support there being a disabled parking space. I'm just concerned that it'll have a significant impact on very, very limited res parking down there.
I'd say it's not that specific because it's in the authority's hands as highway authority. What we're seeking from the developer is the money to cover the advertising and the legals behind that. I'd say that it wouldn't undermine either process if it was chosen to be a pay and display bay rather than a residence bay. That might be something that it's not something for the applicant. It's something really to go back to highways and say this was a recommendation of the subcommittee that this is that you go down that route rather than the rest taking out of the
yeah. So
because obviously the applicant has no control.
Yeah, if we can leave it open so that it doesn't mean that it has to come out of the res park, that would be sufficient. It's just, I don't want us to inadvertently create a secondary problem somewhere down the line.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I had one of the same questions of Councillor Corshaw, which is about the flood risk management team's response, where they've said that they don't support granting a planning application of this at this stage because the necessary testing and drainage survey hasn't been done. And the only conditions I can find relating to it are conditions 23 and 24, which seem to be the standard conditions that are put on every application. So presumably the flood risk management team know about those conditions, their standard conditions, and if that was enough, if they felt that covered their concerns and was enough to make it acceptable, then they wouldn't have objected to the application. That presumably there's some extra problem that the flood risk management team foresees that isn't covered by the conditions.
I think the flood risk management team would always prefer to see the details agreed up front, but in this instance, I think it's unreasonable to ask for that. I think, as I've said before, clearly the site could be drained. It is drained now, and the means can be put in place to make it acceptable. They just haven't done it yet. I think there will be some issues around the existing buildings on site and what they can do while there are buildings on site to do testing that make it less easy to provide the information up front.
So it's specifically about permeation and surface water drainage. It's not about the foul water or any kind of extra drainage or water removal from the site that's specific to this application.
I don't think there was anything specific. No, I think he just wanted more details up front to approve a scheme up front. But as I've said, it's not necessary in this location to do that, and it is covered by a condition.
Okay, if there's no further, Councillor Crackhill.
Yeah, just an easy question maybe. I just can't quite work out. Can you show to me where the green wall will be, please?
Yes, so that's the wall facing the back of the music venue. So the low grey level, you can see there is the music venue. So the green wall will face over that. So the flats above the music venue will have those to their right-hand side.
So it's higher up than the music venue?
Yes.
Right. Oh, I see. Thank you. And then just my second question was just following on a bit from the discussion about protecting the music venue. I just wondered if you could clarify for me, which condition is it then that protects the music venue?
Is it the, so written in the, okay. So it's written into the, so the noise impact assessment was submitted with various recommendations. And so that's been put in the list of approved drawings. The implication being that what's in that noise assessment is therefore conditioned as part of the approved plans.
So does that condition then the applicants to put in additional noise insulation on that wall that abuts the Crescent? I mean, I know they're doing BREEAM excellent, but it's a different sort of insulation, isn't it?
I don't know the technicalities of it, but the Public Protection Officer has seen this revised noise assessment and has assessed that that, combined with the other measures about windows and ventilation, is sufficient to protect the offices from being disturbed by the music venue, and therefore there being issues between them, which I think is what we're talking about.
If members are, if members are, I guess what we could do, what members could do would be to take that reference out of condition 2 and have a specific condition which says something like the recommendations contained within the noise impact assessment shall be fully implemented prior to the first occupation of the offices and retained, such as they can be retained or taken out in perpetuity, something like that, if you feel that would be a tighter way of conditioning those noise insulation measures.
Right. So what's being required does include noise insulation measures.
Yeah, well, they're being proposed. So yeah, I don't know whether it's anything additional that's required, but to build the development, it won't just sit against the outside wall of the existing terrace. They will be building a new building that abuts that. So.
Okay, is this supplementary?
Well, sorry, in a way, it's sort of a comment, and it's just going back to the point I was making before. My concern is that the public protection talks about glazing and closing windows, and commonly this is something that when we're talking about being next to music venues, we seem to think of it only in terms of people coming to and from the venues, and so the noise installations often focus on triple glazed windows that don't open or whatever, and actually it's the noise that permeates through the walls, and particularly low frequency noises that cause problems. So we do need to be clear that anything within, whether we condition it by a separate condition or whether we refer to the impact assessment. And this is one of the reasons why a deed of easement is a really good mechanism. But when we get to debate, I will make that case, but I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, Councillor Melly.
Thanks, Chair. In the conservation response, paragraph 3.11 says conditions are recommended. But I couldn't figure out from the previous paragraphs what conditions, because all the previous paragraphs seem to be about the massing and alignment and scale and the demolition of the existing building and that sort of thing. There's nothing about specifics that could be conditioned. So I wasn't sure what those conditions are that are recommended and if they are included or not.
Yes, they are there. So things like condition 10. So condition 10 requires a contract for the works of redevelopment before demolition started, so we don't end up with an empty site in the conservation area. Details of materials, that's there, suggested by the conservation officer. Large scale details of specific matters of the elevational details, condition 13. He also asked for condition 14, I think, because I didn't write that, about how to make what they're retaining of the malt house stable. So it's those selections there. So 10 to 14, I think, for the ones.
Okay. Can't see any further questions then, so if we can move on to public speakers. And the first is Harpreet Papari. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening. Yeah, you'll have heard you've got 3 minutes to address the committee.
Okay, sure. So my name's Harpreet. I am one of the managers at the Crescent venue, and I also live in one of the flats above the venue. One of the photos you would have seen is a view from my window. There's kind of a whole list of things that we've got issues with, but I would just want to focus on a few. In paragraph 5.39, I think it says there's no existing loss of outlook from the flats. I've provided some of the panel here with just some shots and kind of highlighted in red where we'd essentially be looking at a wall, you know. And I wouldn't really just see the green wall as being enough to kind of ameliorate that. On the subject of the wall, it's not been made clear to us at all whose responsibility it will be to maintain that. They're quite difficult and expensive to maintain, and how that would work. And as many North Star properties, it's quite likely that this could just get sold on to someone else who then doesn't want to have a wall. So I'm not quite clear on how that will work. We start sound check for bands most days of the week at 4 p.m. So whilst it's really reassuring to hear councillors talking about deed of easements and planning conditions, very happy to talk about them in more detail, I am also very concerned about what the impact of having such a massive scale building site next to our venue will be when work is going on till, you know, throughout the day. So if we have a kind of folk musician and they're pile drilling next door, literally on the other side of the stage, that is going to significantly impact our business and our viability. Again, we often have all-day events. We've got one coming up in a couple of weeks as well. So there's concerns there as well about what impact it's going to have on even things like, union meetings that we have in the day. I'd say just broadly on an aesthetic point, I think it's absolutely out of character with the rest of the street. I think some attempt has been made with this revised plan to retain some of the malt house, but fundamentally, I just don't think it actually fits in with the street at all. I particularly as well note that you might have seen in some of the photos that were provided there was scaffolding up against our building. That scaffolding was there to replace a chimney that we took down because it was falling over, it was unsafe. And planning made us put the chimney back with the exact same bricks, and then to have literally a few months later, this proposal for something that looks completely different from what's going on in the rest of the street just seems somewhat absurd to me. The conditions placed on us compared to that. Also, another concern around what the impact is going to be on the road during the building process. And I'd really like to request that they use the NCP car park out back to carry out the works and load in and so forth, rather than further impact the street.
Sorry, if you'd be able to just draw to a close.
Yes, I will do. Happy to talk about any other questions, but generally I'd say the same thing to you all here that I said to the architects and developers when they showed us the existing plans. Would you have this next door to your home? And they said no. So I'm kind of putting it as simply as that, really. I think it's just too big. And if they dropped the lower end of it and retain the height of the front of the Crescent, I think a lot of the residents wouldn't mind it so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions?
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions, if that's all right. First of all, you're talking about the outlook from the back of your property.
Yeah.
How many flats are there? How many people are we talking about?
Okay, so joining up to, right, this is actually handy, right? So that white bit by the Crescent there, that's the venue, that's the entrance to the venue. Above that, there's two windows to the right that's joining up to the proposed property. That's my flat. Above that is another person's flat. There's 2 people staying there. And in the attic as well, that it's a kind of 2-floor flat. And then to the left, above the entrance, there's another flat with about 4 or 5 people living in there as well. So there's a total of about 6 people living above the venue in those flats.
Okay, thank you. And then just in terms of noise, and obviously you've talked there about the potential impact of the noise from the construction on your business, and I was raising questions about the potential noise going in the other direction. What's your expectation or thoughts about what amount? I mean, you talked about sound checking from say 4 o'clock. Is that something that happens 7 days a week? And you talked about folk musicians, but presumably some of it's a lot louder than that.
Yeah.
What would your expectation on a normal week be for how noisy you as a venue might reasonably be?
This week we have 6 shows. Tonight we've got a soul and kind of hip hop show. We've got a folk show going on this week. We've got a rave show going on. It really is like a full variety, you know? So it's hard to pin down exactly week to week other than to say, yeah, we've got a lot on. In an ideal world, if someone wanted to build something next door to our venue, we'd sit down with them with the calendar over the next few months and be like, look, I don't think it matters what's going on this particular day because it's going to be so loud on stage and in the room that it might not impact it. But on this particular night, we've got, you know, a folk musician with an MBE and it's sold 200 tickets and it's going to be actually quite quiet and be able to have some degree of arranging with them, like, you know, these are nights that we're particularly concerned about.
Sorry, I think what I was meaning though in a way was not so much during the construction, but
yes.
You know, if this gets approved and built and it's, you know, a couple of years down the line and it's there and it's occupied,
okay,
what might you expect to be, you know, what level of noise might somebody who's working in one of those offices expect to potentially hear, unless there's mitigation, obviously, and hopefully there's enough in there to...
I mean, unless you put some serious insulation on the other side of our stage wall, like serious, you're going to hear thumping a fair bit, like quite loud thumping. That's just the reality. I live above the venue. I know precisely how loud we are. We do sound checks all around the perimeter, over all the way around back to the walk for every show. We know how loud we are. And yeah, I wouldn't want to have a desk on the other side of our stage. I mean, I do, but it's the industry I work in, right? Like.
Okay, any further questions? Can't see any, so thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Move on then to Ed Leyland, who's speaking to us via Zoom.
Hello, thank you, Chair, and good evening.
Good evening. Yep, you'll have heard you've got 3 minutes to address the committee, and if you'd like to make a start in your own time.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm Ed Leyland. I'm the owner of the Crescent community venue. I'm a resident. I live above Harcourt at number 8, and I have objected to the application, as have my neighbours, Pam and Martin Burrows, who also like to speak on behalf of actually they couldn't make it tonight. I think it's been discussed many times. The overall footprint and scale will be incredibly overbearing, and it's grossly out of proportion to anything on that side of the Crescent. If you consider the flats that we live in, it's just a room at the front and a room at the back. So to extend something of that scale to the back of the site, which is 2, maybe 3 times taller than the music venue. And bear in mind, this is a music venue. It's a tall ceiling. It's not a small little outhouse. Arguably, we're the tallest building in the row, and other extensions have happened in the gardens of the Crescent, which would have gone through this planning committee and would have been told you cannot go too high in the back garden. So the idea of extending something out this scale is just, I don't know, it seems absurd. Like Harcourt said, how can you build something like that in a conservation area across the road from a listed building? It's yeah, just, I mean, it's subjective what it looks like. We believe the new buildings will be detrimental to the living conditions of the residents as well on either side, due to, especially at number 10, the reduction of light and the closing in of views. And of course, it will be living next to long-term building work there. And I think that having a 2-meter alleyway next to a 3-story building into a dark car park next to the train station at the end of a cul-de-sac, it sounds quite dangerous and needs CCTV monitoring, definitely. It seems like a bottleneck and potentially a danger on a weekend night. Like was mentioned before, it's a cul-de-sac, and access for construction will potentially block Meridian House and the Premier Inn, which has large HGV vehicles loading in all day constantly, and laundry and beer deliveries for the bars there. Plus, obviously, the car parking and access for the offices. It seems very unlikely that that's a good idea. The lack of parking, if it becomes a building site, will we be able to park on the road, let alone the removal of a parking space to accommodate a disabled parking space? It's very noble to accommodate one parking space for 300 people, to have one disabled parking space, but it's actually in the highway development control, there's a very distinct lack of consideration for disabled people in this plan. And the drainage we've spoken about, I've heard other people speak about it tonight. It clearly shows the site is a flood risk from surface water, and the Yorkshire water response from today states that it has not been considered properly and there are accuracies in the survey. So there's already a problem with drainage on Blossom Street. I think Pam and Martin referred to it as a medieval aroma in their objection. So I think that we need to be aware that the implications of putting more drainage and more water and wastewater into the drainage there will be massive impact. And it really does concern me that that's not been thought about enough.
Draw your comments to a close, please.
Of course. There are a significant number of developments happening in the area. There is number 1, number 9, number 11, and the New York Club. All of these should be taken into consideration as having an impact on local residents and businesses, not just the site next door. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. I'll just ask if the committee have any questions. I can't see any, so I'll thank you for your time this evening. Yeah, we'll take your comments on board. Our final speaker then is Neil Brown, who's speaking in person. And is the architect the applicant?
We've also got Philip Holmes, the planning consultant, alongside me as well. Okay. Good evening, Chair and members. Neil Brown of York-based architects, Vincent and Brown, and local residents. The proposed design has evolved over a 3-year period following close collaboration with the council's design officers and in consultation with both neighbours and local stakeholders. The proposals for nearly 3,000 square metres of new Grade A office space represent policy compliant, viable regeneration of brownfield land, which has been vacant since 2016. Will also ensure continued vitality within York City Centre and will reintroduce activity compatible with both the surrounding conservation area and neighbouring buildings. Will encourage inward investment and provide opportunities for the expansion of existing businesses and new startups. Advanced discussions have already been taking place between the applicant and several rail-related businesses interested in relocating to this development. Early in the design process, options to retain the existing malt house were explored and ultimately rejected due to practical issues and the consequent significant loss of heritage. However, the malt house's main facade and a section of northern wall will be retained. The revised design has changed substantially since the original submission, adopting a distinctive identity which draws on the surrounding industrial vernacular, and has also addressed previous concerns from both neighbours and design officers, as well as evolving working patterns which emerged during the pandemic. We met and listened to the owners of both number 10 and the Crescent music venue several times, resulting in a composition which diminishes in scale towards its neighbours, will incorporate noise mitigation measures compatible with the music venue, and is considered by officers to be acceptable in terms of impact on existing amenity. Conservation Officer Ed Friedman concluded in his report that the revised proposals have ameliorated the impact on numbers 1 to 8 and number 10, the Crescent, on the Everyman Cinema and on the distinctive morphology of the street, to the point where the character and setting of these assets would be respected. The revised design is considered by your officers to represent an appropriate contextual response and, crucially, one that makes a positive contribution to the character and appearance of the conservation area. Finally, the development will provide a boost for the local economy, be highly sustainable, achieving a BREEAM rating of excellence, and meet the requirements of emerging local plan policies. We trust members will uphold the recommendation to approve this application. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just ask if there's any questions, Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair, and good evening. Thanks for coming to speak to us. Just a couple of questions. First of all, about the green wall. What is the proposed mechanism by which it will be maintained?
The proposed mechanism, actually, if you see on plan, it steps, it's recessed back away from number 8. So it gives us the ability to come up through the staircase at the top and drop down the side without access to number 8. So it is the intention for the applicant to maintain the wall. But we will obviously, because it faces onto number 8, as we've always said in discussions with the owners of the music venue, that we'll discuss with them what the greenery might be, how they want it to look. Essentially, it's their outlook. So
it will be maintained by the applicant, and it can be accessed without any need to go across the music venue.
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
Brilliant. And then in terms of you mentioned sound mitigation, and obviously you had me talking about my concerns about sound coming through the venue itself, through the walls, rather than anything coming in and out. So could you just talk me through what sound insulation has been proposed within the development, and how much you think it'll attenuate the sound?
Yeah, well, it's a technical detail that will be further explored, but the idea that we've discussed with acousticians and so on is actually, it's not so much about insulation, it's providing a substantially large cavity, which in itself deadens any airborne or impact noise that comes through the wall. So that's one of the main features that will deaden that sound rather than insulation itself.
Sorry, just to add on to that, the noise impact assessment that we had undertaken takes account of noise from the venue. It's recognised that the venue has a right to make noise, that gigs at night or sound checks during the day. So the idea is that we cover this at the outset, and the impact assessment covered by condition 1 is designed to accommodate that noise.
Thank you. And then finally, if I may, my understanding is, and I appreciate you may not be in a position to answer this, but my understanding is that the applicant has indicated that they would be happy to sign a deed of easement with the venue if that was felt that was an appropriate thing to do. Are you aware of that? Can you confirm that that's the case?
Yeah, I can confirm that's the case. I mean, the difficulty is, as it stands, I think public protection and their view of the noise impact assessment, it covers off that issue. So we're compliant in terms of MPPF policy, in terms of agent of change or impact on existing venues. So it's whether that condition is reasonable and necessary. But the applicant's got no problem with entering into a deed of easement if that is seen fit.
Thank you.
Okay. Can't see any further questions, so thank you for your time this evening. We can move on then to any further questions to officers. Councillor Crawshaw.
Yeah, just a quick one. Sometimes we condition for landscaping and ongoing maintenance for landscaping. Would it be reasonable for us to condition for ongoing maintenance of the green wall? Just as I think it was suggested, if there was to be a change of ownership or...
I think I've done that. Condition 15.
Well, it's not. I don't think it's quite what Councillor Crawshaw is seeking. No, because it also says. So I think if members, I think that it might be better set out as a separate standalone condition for the maintenance schedule for the green wall. Okay, Councillor Wardley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid my questions earlier were I confused myself because these pictures didn't have any address on them. So I do apologise. I thought they were from, is it 10 and it's 8. So can you tell me about the light? Is the new building, proposed building, gonna like take out a lot of light from the residential above the venue?
I haven't got those photos either. Thank you. So, I mean, broadly, it won't overshadow the residents at the music venue, because like I said, the sun will rise over on the right and swoop down this way. So the development won't increase overshadowing to that. It also, it cuts off the view down there. So they'll still have the straight out view from the windows. They'll still have the view that they have to the left. What they won't have is the view they currently have over the rooftops of the maltings, but it's a view. They still have sufficient outlook because they'll have the outlook out the back, which isn't going to be affected.
And I totally understand that. They don't buy the view. That is not, that's fine. But I just, from my understanding, it's not really, I know, but I wanted to know how high the new proposed building was going to be. I didn't know if it was in, so what are they going to see? What, you know, because we do say amenities, and I'm just thinking of like, I know you say about the light, but just for me to understand it a bit more, how high is the building?
Well, it carries on the same height as the terrace effectively, doesn't it? You can see the eaves carry through, so I don't know what the, yeah.
Councillor Melly.
Since we're moving on to questions for officers, is the final speaker not available? They're definitely not on the line.
No.
Just check.
I didn't realise people had that as well. Councillor Crushman.
Thanks, Chair. Just another question. This is about the context of the conservation area, and I think one of the speakers mentioned the other developments that are going on the Crescent and in nearby, and I'm certainly aware of number 11, which is so you've got the venue, this application site, the little terrace house at number 10, and then next door to that there's something which I think has been approved. I don't know if we've got any detail of what that is, because obviously I'm just thinking about the cumulative impact on the conservation area. It's not just this application that's going on at the moment. There's quite a few things I think happening.
I have the elevations. Okay. So this is number 11. At the moment it's members on the site visit, we've seen the flat roof dental laboratory, which is set towards the back of the site. So the proposal here is for, I think it's nine flats. So a building to the front of the building, slightly higher building to the back. I'll show you. Oh, there you go. So here's number 10. So you see the outline of the roof of the building on the front, which I showed in the last one, and then this is the building. It's the building to the rear, and then here's the car park behind.
And does that building there but right up to the boundary of number 10 on? So number 11 butts up to the boundary of number 10. So they're going to have a big development on the right-hand side as you look at it from the street, and then potentially a big development on the left-hand side as well.
Yes.
Okay. And behind, in the current NCP car park, whereabouts within that does the 4-storey multi-storey car park that got approved a little while ago, where does that sit in relation to that?
Testing my memory.
Is it further up?
It's on the, it doesn't include the NCP.
It's directly behind, is it?
If you go on to page 133, which is the OS extract, and the So there's the building. We've got another.
So the existing,
Yeah, you can't see it, can you?
the existing car park. you can
So
see the ramp.
where it says car park, that's the NCP compound. And then just to the attached to that is the block, which is the building, which also forms part of the NCP car park. And then my recollection is that the multi-story goes on to the existing Network Rail car park, which is to the north of that. So the open area with those small rectangles,
yeah,
on that on the OS plan. So separated from the Crescent by the NCP car park.
But potentially what we've got is already a 4-deck multi-story car park. Whatever that was, 3-story at number 11. The New York club, where there's a 3 or 4-story extension out to the back of that, which comes out the back of, you can see club marked just at Blossom Street. And then a 4-story here on this application site as well. So suddenly all of that area suddenly jumps up in scale quite significantly.
Yes.
So when we're thinking about the context of the conservation area, how does that relate? Because if we're just looking at this application in the context of the Crescent and say the 2-story, the grade 2 listed cinema, that on its own is, has an impact on the context. But we're now potentially talking about another 3 or 4 developments in there. Cumulatively, does that mean there's a bigger impact? Or does it mean that actually this is of negligible impact because we've already got a ton of really big buildings being built?
You have to look at each scheme on its own merits and look at its own impacts of the scheme in its own right on the character and appearance of the conservation area and setting of any adjacent listed buildings. I don't think it would be the correct approach to take the other buildings that have been granted into account and say, and take that into account by saying that cumulatively this is, maybe a building too far or something like that. I don't think that's the right approach to take, to look at it in its own merits,
I think some of what I was trying to get at, and I suppose I didn't spell it out entirely, but one of the things that's cited in terms of the context of this particular building in this particular area is that it's part of the sort of industrial heritage of the railway yard and what have you. But if that's all just being built all over anyway, then does that just not really matter anymore because it's the last bit of it? Or does it matter even more because it's the last bit of it?
That's a good question. I'm not sure I can advise you either way on that. I would, but I'll give it a go. I think that you could take into account that if a particular building, the loss of a particular building that was characteristic to the character of a particular area, you could take into account that that it was the last of such buildings. How much weight you would give that is a different issue, but it's certainly something it's part of the consideration.
Okay, can't see any further questions, so I'll just ask one of my own. Will the construction management plan take into account the I guess the concerns raised about disturbing the club from sort of 4 PM, I guess if there's demolition or something next door, is it a reasonable thing to say, you know, no very loud noises after 4, or to expect some degree of cooperation from the developers with the plans of the music venue? Is that something that essentially is written in there already, or is it something that could be added to make sure that the music venue isn't disturbed by demolition next door? I wouldn't imagine that you'd expect that to be going on at 4 PM usually.
No, not normally. The answer to that is it could do. I mean, the idea of the construction environment management plan is it encourages the use of quieter technologies and methods of building, but obviously building sites and demolition sites are noisy, and there's only so much consideration you can give to neighbouring occupiers when the site is going to be could be a lawful construction site. But it does say in the notes, actually the top of 127, it says where particularly noisy activities are expected to take place, then details should be provided on how they intend to lessen the impact. And then it says, i.e. by limiting especially noisy events to no more than 2 hours in duration. And we do have situations where we have developers who come to us and say that we're going to do a certain operation which is outside of the general scope of the construction environment management plan. This is why we need to do it. This is when we're going to do it. We're going to write to the neighbours, but it's usually things like pouring concrete. You know, that has to be done at a certain time at a certain temperature, and you can't stop halfway through because it gets to 6 o'clock. You just have to keep going. And I don't see why the construction environment management plan couldn't incorporate those elements of cooperation with neighbours for particular noisy events. I can't imagine this being a site where they would do pile driving, for example.
Is that something that would essentially be able to happen as is written, or?
Probably. Probably, but it wouldn't harm to write that in a sentence or a paragraph to cover that.
As soon as we're moving into debate, if I suggest perhaps that could be agreed with Chair and Vice Chair, if that's the way. Right, so if we have moved then into debate, is anybody willing to make a start? Councillor Crouch.
Just make a quick start on debate. I'd like to propose that if we do end up approving, we add a condition on maintaining the green wall. We add a separate condition around noise protection. I agree with the points that you're making around the camp, and if there's something we can do just to include cooperation to minimise the impact on the venue. I don't know if members all are aware of what a deed of easement does, but in very simplistic terms, normally you would use it where if you had a side alley between 2 buildings and one building owned the alley, but the other person needed to have access at all times to get into their back garden, it gives them permission to travel across the land basically to get access. But they were able to develop a deed of easement between the next door neighbour on the other side, which effectively gave permission for noise to travel across their land. And so it meant that in the deeds of the building is a kind of built-in understanding that there will be noise to certain levels coming from the venue, and that's designed to prevent future occupants at any point down the line suddenly turning around and saying, actually, we don't want this noise from this venue. And so I think it's a really, really strong way of protecting the venue. And I would propose that, again, if there is an approval, that it's subject to that deed of easement along the lines of the wording that perhaps Gareth felt comfortable with. I think it was about delegating to officers to ensure a deed of easement is in place or something like that. In terms of the actual application as it is in itself, I'm a little bit on the fence at the moment, and I feel a bit conflicted in a number of different ways. So I'll tell you what my thoughts are and then just hear what other people have to say. The first thing I think I have to say is that it's absolutely fantastic to think that potentially 300 new jobs could be brought to this part of the city. And I think that that is a significant positive. And I think it's also positive that I think at one point there was a discussion about there possibly being a hotel on this site, which I think would have been a disaster for the venue. And, you know, this is clearly a use which is much more likely to be able to positively coexist. And so, you know, they're two really big positives. I do have a significant concern about the area more generally losing some of its what made it what it was in terms of its railway history and its kind of light industrial use, and in particular the Malt House building in and of itself I think is actually a really quite beautiful building, which I would be very sad to see demolished. And I think, you know, there's a number of points made within the report about it being one of the last buildings of its type that reflects that sort of industrial heritage, railway heritage that typified this part of the city's development at a particular time. So I'm kind of weighing up, you know, more than ever before really on that planning balance. I think if we have got those additional protections for the music venue in place, that helps very definitely. I still feel that more could have been done to protect the Malt House building. And I also feel a little bit like the back end of this building is still very big. It's very dominant over the venue and the residents of the venue at number 8, but perhaps more so the resident at number 10, who I think when you take into account the development that's already been approved on the other side at number 11, that one last remaining terrace is just going to be completely boxed in. And that feels quite a big negative, but 300 jobs. So convince me one way or another, please.
Councillor Galvin's taken the challenge.
I'm delighted that we're going to get 300 jobs. I'm delighted it's going to be, as it class 1 quality office accommodation. I have a sneaking feeling that somebody's heard the possibility, with a small p, that the railway headquarters are going to move into York, and this seems to me ready-made for them. So I'm going to move the officer's recommendation, and I understand Councillor Corshaw wants to put an amendment in, and as I understand it, I don't have a problem with that. So I want to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Gareth's got a little list of various amendments, which presumably would be happy being delegated to chair, vice chair to check they're okay. So on that basis, anybody willing to second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Melly?
Thank you, Chair. I think in this setting, there's quite a few different conservation considerations. There's the setting of the listed building of the cinema, where I feel like this won't have much impact on that setting. There's the Malt House building, which is described as having high local significance that would be eradicated. Its heritage interest would be eradicated by the proposed demolition. And then there's the conservation area, and that terrace, it's part of that terrace, it has an adjoining wall, has, I can't find the exact wording now, but it has significance as well. Oh, buildings of merit, yeah. And the massing of this building just seems so huge from every angle that you view it. It feels like the massing, to me, like the massing is too large, and because of its location, too significant. Like I said, it is adjoining that terrace, and also when it is a cul-de-sac, it maybe doesn't have too much traffic down it, apart from visitors to residents and also visitors to the Crescent. But when you view the main view of that terrace that the majority of people would see would be from Blossom Street, which is a very heavily used street, and that terrace would be viewed very often. And that view from Blossom Street looking down the street, because it goes around a corner, the massing of this building will just be so overbearing that I feel like that really would have quite a huge impact on the merit of the terrace. So I'm not convinced yet that it is appropriate development.
Okay.
Because condition 15 is about landscaping. I was just wondering, it specifically mentions the green wall. I was just wondering what other landscaping there is. Landscaping and trees and shrubs.
Not a lot, obviously. There's some trees along the frontage. So it's about the trees along the frontage. Just there. You can just see that on the site plan. There are 3 trees there. So that's the landscaping and the green wall.
So is what's proposed kind of keeping condition 15, which specifies 5 years, and adding a new condition specifically about the green wall that's in perpetuity? So the other landscaping and the trees at the front would only be protected for 5 years under this condition, not in perpetuity like the green wall.
It could be changed if you want.
Would the proposers be happy to include that? Yeah.
Sure, we're happy with that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what I didn't get what was being changed.
The 5 years.
Oh, the 5 years. Should have known. Yeah.
Okay. Any further debate? Can we move to the vote? Gareth, if you're able to.
Yes. So it's been moved that delegated authority be given to the head of planning and development services to approve the application. So subject to the prior approval of prior completion of a section 106 agreement, the conditions in the report amended by the 2 conditions that we put forward in the update. There would also be a separate condition for the maintenance of the green wall, which would remove reference to the green wall from condition 15. A sentence or paragraph would be put into condition 5, which is the construction environment management plan, to specifically refer to the impact of construction on the Crescent venue. Noise protection, the noise impact assessment would be taken from condition 2 and put into its own condition in terms of implementation of the recommendations of the noise impact assessment. And the delegated authority would also include the submission of evidence of the deed of easement being entered into. And we will write to Highways about the disabled bay and the Res Park bay versus the pay and display bay.
Okay, have we all got that? Don't think anybody's objecting, so if we can move then to the vote. So all those then in favour of the proposal as put to us, please indicate. Okay, all those against? Any abstentions? I think is that add up to 10? Okay, that's great. So I think that's 6 for and 4 against, so that has passed. Okay, thank you.
Chair, can I propose that we defer the next item? It's nearly 9 o'clock. We've been going since 4:30, and I don't think that we will be making sensible decisions if we are pressing on with another potentially complicated application.
Yeah,
okay.
Chair, we've got people who've been waiting for several hours to speak.
No, I agree. I'm perfectly happy to continue and take the item. Obviously, it's the decision of the committee whether or not they wish to defer. So if there's a proposal which is seconded to do that, presumably the correct thing would be to take a vote on it at this point. If that falls, then we continue. And as far as I'm concerned, as long as the meeting is quorate, then it's perfectly capable of making a decision. That's up to members whether or not they feel individually they can do so. If you'd like to make a proposal, it's...
I'll formally propose deferral. I personally think it would be irresponsible of us to continue. I think everybody's tired. It's been a very long meeting. Unfortunately, it's been a very heavy agenda. And I think that the application is complicated and warrants proper attention. And it's 10 to 9 at night. I don't think that's reasonable for us to be continuing.
Okay, is that seconded? Councillor Melly?
It would be incredibly inconvenient for the public speaker who has waited so patiently through such long discussions. But yeah, I do feel like we have to give due care and attention. And at this point, we've all probably got headaches and we're very tired. And with that, we're unlikely to give it the due diligence and care and attention that we'd be required to do.
Okay. I assume this isn't legally, do we need planning reasons or anything? Or can we just literally defer it? Okay. Happy then to take a vote.
Can I just, before we do as well, can I just point out, it's not just the members around the table. There are officers here who are being asked to stay present for a very long time as well. So it's not just about members being able to make reasoned decisions. It's 9 o'clock at night. Thank you.
We appreciate that, but we can all come to our own conclusion. Okay, so then please could you indicate if you're in favour of the proposal? All those against? Okay, so I'd make that 6, 4, 3 against, so I'm afraid that's deferred. So thank you everybody for your time this evening.